Hello, good morning. That is a very polite round of applause. See, literally my only job for the next 2 minutes is to get you to applaud, and you've done it already, so that's it. Hello, good morning. Welcome to Reboot Develop Blue, where we are starting as we mean to go on 10 minutes late. It's a very relaxed conference, those of you who've been here before. Make some noise if you've been here before. Okay? And make some noise if this is your first reboot. Hello. Okay, good. My name is Steve Curran. I will be speaking and hosting a number of things over the next few days. I'm a game designer and developer and host and very bad singer from London, England. A little bit of self-promo. Tomorrow, I'm going to be interviewing game development legend Charles Cecil using a malevolent AI-powered quiz bot. And then immediately after that, I'm going to kill the games industry, which is a tradition at Reboot. Looking forward to that. On Wednesday, I am hosting the awards, and then immediately after that, going to sing karaoke with you. That's like, I like that more cautious woo. It's like, don't know what that is, but it's all right, I promise. So really looking forward to that, and looking forward to meeting so many of you over the next few days. We have a brilliant lineup at Reboot, and I'm so excited at seeing so many of your speakers. Your job as the audience is only to listen and to applaud. And my job today, the only thing I have to do, as I said earlier, is to get you to applaud. So first off, I like that we're divided into 3 sections today. We have the left, middle, and right. So noise from the right, please. I would describe that as tentative. Noise from the middle. You're game developers. You should know better than this. You're so easy to trick. I turn anything into a competition and suddenly you're like, yeah, I'll do better. And noise from the left, please. So now the left are like, I'm not falling for that trick. All right. Noise from the back. All right, the back wins for real. And that's it from me. My only job now is to introduce the person without whom we would not be here. Please welcome to the stage, Damir.
Sorry for the rain. We lost all of the credits last time when we changed it to the sun, so unfortunately we didn't have any, since it's just 6 months after the last time we met here. I'm going to be super short, because when I do it in a short version, it kind of sounds more attractive, or at least that's what my team said. Thank you for making this Reboot Develop absolutely the biggest edition of it ever. We got almost 2,000 attendees, almost 700 companies in total attending, and the internationality of the event is incredible. I just wanted to share a small piece of info when it comes to the split, looking at the country of origin. So our #1 attending nation at this year's Reboot Develop Blue is actually UK. #2 is the United States and Canada. Only 3 is our small region with like 5 countries, and then it's Germany and Poland. So thank you for that. We really appreciate the effort of traveling from all over the world, especially you people from Canada and United States. Finally, we are not just the ones flying to GDCs and everything. Speaking of GDC, so this year was going really well with planning and preparing the event, so we elect another insane challenge. So my small team that managed to pull this incredible event again, please, one huge applause for them. So we are traveling back from GDC. It's 4 weeks up to Reboot Develop Blue 2023. We land, everybody's kind of feeling sickish. Next morning, we all got COVID. So officially, this Reboot Develop Blue was produced on COVID during 2 weeks where we were basically barely sustaining ourselves in front of the computers 24/7. Anyhow, 2 short announcements, short but big. So we are going to return this year with Reboot Develop Red in Canada, Banff. It's going to be November. During the next 3 to 4 weeks, we are going to announce the dates. I'm not going to come out with the initial dates. We're currently really finalizing them up. It's going to be way bigger event than it was in 2019 when we did it the last time, and then COVID stopped everything. Last interesting teaser. The event that we mentioned that we might be doing last time, the 3rd big, or maybe even biggest Reboot Develop, is, I'm going to just reveal the name and not mention the location, although I've already hear that there is a gossip on where it's going to be. So the name of the 3rd Reboot Develop is going to be Reboot Develop Sun. Think about it, what it could be. We are going to announce a bit more details about it soon. It's still a long way off, but we are already deep into planning stages. And last thing before I leave the stage, Reboot Develop Blue 2024 is going to happen again here from 22nd to 24th of April. Super discounted passes are going to be available within an hour. Thank you again, thank you very much, and thank you for making this event awesome. Thank you. Actually, I forgot to announce our awesome keynoter, which is like kind of, that was supposed to be a tie-in to coming and doing like the Reboot Develop Red in Canada. So please, a dear friend of mine, industry legend, a guy that shaped some of the greatest RPG games in the world, who ran BioWare as a GM for 9 years, and is currently doing one of the most interesting games coming later in the year, Nightingale. The CEO of Inflection, Aaron Flynn.
All right. Okay, thank you, everybody. Is this pretty loud? How do I sound? Sound good? Okay, cool. So, first of all, thank you, everybody, for having me. I've got to tell a little story here about how I got involved with this conference. Damir gave me a call a few months ago after having been at Reboot Red in Banff, which is very close to where I live in Edmonton, Canada. And he said, oh, you've got to come to Dubrovnik. You've got to see this amazing place. And, you know, I know Damir, and I know he's a very proud person, but I just want to say, I am absolutely stunned by the beauty of this location, and I hope you all feel as much of a treat as I do that we get to be here and get to appreciate just this amazing place in the world. And it ties in, I'm talking about places today as I do my talk, but just first of all, a huge shout out to this conference and to Dubrovnik as an amazing place to be. Secondly, Damir said, I asked Damir, okay, so what kind of presentation do you want me to give? What should I give? He said, well, first of all, it's a very small crowd, Aaron, very intimate, just a few folks here, you know, this. And so as I look in this crowd, I want to thank you all for coming and talking about, and, you know, hearing what I have to say today. So when I thought about topics, I thought, okay, well, I could talk about generative AI, I could talk about, you know, all sorts of things. But ultimately, I decided that I'd share something that is very near and dear to my heart, which is the creation of places in the games industry. And so I've been doing this now about 25 years. I started my career as a computer programmer. I was the lead gameplay engineer on Star Wars Knights of the Republic at BioWare and at Jade Empire at BioWare. Then I was a technical director on Dragon Age. And then I was the general manager at BioWare for just about 9 years here as we were part of Electronic Arts. And over that time, I helped build games and helped build games that told really good stories. But when I left BioWare and thought about what I want to do next, this notion of places really got to my heart and made me think lots and lots about what does it mean to build a place and what does it mean to have something very special for players that is about places. And so I want to tell you about my journey today as how I went from building games that were about stories to building games that are about places. And that's what we do at Inflection Games, also in Edmonton, which is very far away, so I'm a bit jet lagged, but I thank you for tolerating me. A little about us at Inflection Games. We're based in Edmonton, Canada, as I said. We were formed in 2018. And we've been invested in by Tencent, the world's largest game publisher. So if you're from Tencent here, you might have seen me around. We built our studio with some experienced industry leadership, some folks from BioWare, some folks from other places, like Ubisoft, other things like that. And we are developing and publishing Nightingale. So all of the work that we've done on Nightingale, which we announced at the 2021 Game Awards, we do ourselves at our studio. So we're very lucky to have that support and have that freedom to do that now. I think it's been amazing what's happened in the games industry in the past 5 years. So many of my friends and colleagues and others have left major Western publishers and are doing their own startups, doing things. Just give me a show of hands if you're part of a smaller independent studio right now working on something. Yeah, that's amazing. That's just good for you guys. That's the way to do it now, folks. It's super cool to have that chance to do that now. Even with some of the changes in global funding and stuff, I'm really happy to see that so many of you are trying this journey out of entrepreneurship and building your own games. I wish you all the best of luck. I have much more gray hair since starting this than I did before. You may find you're the same. Okay, so that's us. And so I want to pose to you a question that my wife asked me 5 years ago when we started Inflection. She said to me, if you wanted to do good in the world, why would you make computer games? And my wife's a lawyer. She's a very smart person, the smartest person I know. And she's one of those people who, when she asks questions like this, they kind of hit you right between the eyes, and you say to yourself, oh, okay, these are the hard questions. Why, if I wanted to do good in the world, why would I go and build computer games? And so on this talk today, I'm going to try to share with you my thinking, which is just one way to think about this, as to what I hope to do good in the industry and good in the world by building computer games. So to start that, I got to take you on to Act 1 of my story, which is about stories. So going back to 2000 when I started at BioWare and doing that. So here's a quote that I really love from Philip Pullman, a great English author, and he said, "After nourishment, shelter, and companionship, stories are the thing we need most in the world." And I think that's so true. I think that as you think about the most fundamental needs of ourselves as human beings, obviously we need shelter and nourishment, but then what do we crave? What do we want after that? And what we really want are stories. We want these connections that stories create. We want to share and tell stories back and forth. And so stories are just that important to us as human beings. And hence BioWare. BioWare got very famous for building games that told stories. Everything from Baldur's Gate 2, which I worked on, then Neverwinter Nights, then Star Wars Knights of the Republic, then Dragon Age Origins, and ultimately Mass Effect. These were games that became very famous for telling stories, heroes' journeys, stories about main characters who you got a chance to play and invest your time in, make choices with, and ultimately participate in bringing these characters along on an amazing journey. One of the most impactful games in my early career was a game called Neverwinter Nights, and I was a tools programmer on this game, so I helped build the tool set that ultimately went out to a bunch of people to build their own mods with Neverwinter Nights. And Neverwinter was a pretty interesting project for us at BioWare. It was the second 3D project we'd done. Baldur's Gate had been two-dimensional with this isometric camera, and so we'd done this game called MDK2 before that, that was 3D. But then we really wanted to put it to work with an RPG with Neverwinter Nights. And the idea with Neverwinter Nights wasn't just to build this RPG that ultimately was going to be 3D and have that, Baldur's Gate look and feel to it with an isometric camera, but it was also going to provide players with a tool set. And that tool set was going to be something that they could then go and build their own modules with, their own adventures with, and they could ultimately share those modules around and edit each other's modules with. So it was called user-generated content, and it was a real big change for us at the time, and something I really fell in love with and had a huge impact on me as a developer. I really, really liked what we were doing with Neverwinter. And then next up came Star Wars Knights of the Republic. Now, if you compare Neverwinter Nights to Star Wars Knights of the Republic, these games couldn't be further apart in a lot of ways. Neverwinter was a PC-based game where we shipped this high camera, isometric view, tiny little characters like this in 3D. And then along came KOTOR, and KOTOR was on the Xbox. We had 64 megs of RAM to work on this thing. And it was cinematic. It had all these amazing lightsaber battles. It was an established IP. It was the biggest IP in the world at the time, might still be. And we had to figure out how to take the Neverwinter Nights engine and put it into and make KOTOR out of it. So I was one of the engineers who did that, one of the programmers, and we made these two games that are very different. One was about creating these modules and empowering players to go do that. That's Neverwinter. And the other one was about telling this amazing Star Wars story on a home console at the time. And so we were ping-ponging back and forth or thinking about this. And these represented two really important milestones in BioWare's history, and two games that ultimately shaped it very much so. A little anecdote, I did all of the cinematic camera work in programming that system on KOTOR back in the day, as well as the combat. And I remember our lead animator, he came into my office one time, and he came in and he plunked this book down on my desk. And I said, "What's this?" And it was the 5 C's of cinematography, motion picture filming techniques. And I said, "Okay, what's this?" And he said, "Well, because it's a Star Wars game, we have to make this thing look like a Star Wars movie. And so to do that, you got to take this book and you got to get that into the game." And I said, "Oh my God, how are we going to do this?" And we had to learn a lot of math. We had to do a lot of quaternion math and a lot of these things. But ultimately, we pulled it off. And it was really about this idea of not knowing we couldn't do it. We made such a change from Neverwinter. It was so different to build this KOTOR game. And ultimately, we were only successful because we didn't really know that we could do it. And that ultimately led to Mass Effect, which was, again, another cinematic RPG series like this. And we were getting into the habit of breaking rules at BioWare. And I want to talk a little bit about what it means to break rules. And one of my heroes in all of the creative field, Orson Welles, he had this amazing interview with the BBC a long time ago, and it's just resurfaced now. I'm going to play a little bit here for you, where he talks about what it means to break rules and why he was so successful with Citizen Kane. So if I've done this right, I'm gonna hit play, and the audio should go through. Okay, fingers crossed. Nope. All right, well, it's a pretty chill conference, so I'm just gonna read you what he says here. And what he says is that the only reason he was successful with Citizen Kane was because he was ignorant of all the things you couldn't do in filmmaking at the time. So what he's saying is I only knew what I wanted to do. I didn't realize that the things that I was asking to do were quote unquote impossible because no one had told me that and I wasn't listening to them. So ultimately, all I wanted to do was just go make this movie. And so anytime anyone told me we couldn't do it, we just tried it anyway. Where'd my talk go? Are you gonna try it again? Okay, there's Mass Effect. Next, okay, my turn, okay. Let's see, ready?
Now, what I'd like to know is where did you get the confidence from to make a film with such...
Ignorance, sheer ignorance, you know. There's no confidence to equal it. It's only when you know something about a profession, I think, that you're timid or careful.
How does ignorance show itself?
I thought you could do anything with a camera that the eye could do or the imagination could do. And if you come up from the bottom in the film business, you're taught all the things that the cameraman doesn't want to attempt for fear he will be criticized for having failed.
Yes.
And in this case, I had a cameraman who didn't care if he was criticized if he failed, and I didn't know that there were things you couldn't do. So anything I could think up in my dreams, I attempted to photograph.
You got away with enormous technical advances, didn't you?
Simply by not knowing that they were impossible, or theoretically impossible.
Yeah.
And of course, again, I had a great advantage not only in the real genius of my cameraman, but in the fact that he, like all great men, I think, who are masters of a craft, told me right at the outset that there was nothing about camera work that I couldn't learn in half a day, that any intelligent person couldn't learn in half a day. And he was right.
It's true, an awful lot of things.
Of all, of every, the great mystery that requires 20 years doesn't exist in any field. And certainly not in a camera. It's the most overrated mystery on earth, you know. And I was lucky enough to be told that by the absolute best living cameraman. It's like a doctor. You know, very good doctors often tell you, we really don't know anything much about medicine. I've noticed an awful lot of good doctors do talk that way, but only the very good ones.
You don't believe them, of course.
I do, implicitly. I don't think we know much.
So there you go. So, inspiring words from one of the greatest cinematic creators of all time, and here he is saying things like, we have to embrace our ignorance. We have to embrace the fact that we don't know what we're doing sometimes, and just try things, right? And I'll come back to this theme later as we talk about some of the later games in BioWare that I was involved in. But I just think it's so powerful to think about, as we think about the change that's going on in the industry now, a reminder that one of the greatest strengths of this industry is that we charge ahead and we do things, even though we don't know what these future holds, even though we try. We're just fueled by a passion and fueled by a desire to create things. And so we have to always remember that this ignorance can be used for good and can be used for to give us the energy and the grit we need to keep going. So, Mass Effect, we started breaking a lot of rules. Games marketing, you can't tell players there will be a trilogy. I remember being at EA and talking about this and saying we cannot announce there's going to be a trilogy. Microsoft didn't want that either. They said you can't say that. That will change how people perceive things, and we did it anyway. Games need to be self-contained projects when we think about the business of this stuff. At the time, this notion that we're going to tell a story over 3 distinct games in a trilogy, and they were all going to connect to each other, and it was just unheard of at the time. And the games business said, don't do that. You can't do that. That's not right. That's not how we do things here. And then lastly, software. You can't get data from one console release to another. We had to build special software and get it to be especially certified by Microsoft. to do this, because there was no way to get data off one part of the Xbox console into another game. That wasn't allowed at the time, and so we had to break that rule too. But this was probably some of us at our best at the time, and we were breaking rules largely because we didn't know we couldn't. We just thought it would make sense to make a cool game by doing this, and this is how we drove ourselves and made ourselves better and better. And all of this down the line of making more and more cinematic experiences, deeper storytelling, improving our craft of storytelling with richer experiences such, but always, always, always a hero's journey in a cinematic story. And ultimately what this did was it created very deep connections for our players. Our players became quite fascinated with the choices that they'd made in these games and became quite invested in them, and incredibly invested, far more invested than I think we could have imagined by these choices. And so we'll talk about that a bit later too. Which brings us to Act 2, where things get a bit darker and a bit weirder for me at the studio and for stuff. So with all of that time and everything, we joined Electronic Arts at this time, and now things get darker and weirder. And so another quote I'd like to share with you is from Confucius, who said, "By 3 methods may we learn wisdom. First, by reflection, which is noblest. Second, by imitation, which is easiest. And third, by experience, which is bitterest." And by bitter, he means the hardest to take, the hardest to live with. You know, you can get very bitter through experience with all the pain and struggle that comes from success and then ultimately from failure, right? And so that began to talk about some of the things we had to do at BioWare at the time to really get ourselves into that new mindset, right? Yesterday's home runs don't win today's games. This industry is ruthless for this. I've often said that this industry is a buzzsaw that just cuts down the middle and tears industries, tears studios, tears people apart by doing this, because it is so relentless in its desire to create new experiences and to create innovation and such. And so the industry evolves, and you've always, if you're in this industry, you've always got to think about what you want to do next, how you want to try new things, how you want to push yourself, how you want to push your teams, how you want to push your own craft. And so the big thing for us at the time was the rise of live services. Now, show me a hand here if you work in a game or have worked in a game that would be considered a live service in today's parlance. Yeah, okay, now do the opposite, please. Show me if you haven't worked on something. Yeah, interesting, about 50-50 still, so okay. So where I worked at the time at EA was very, very interested in live services and saw a lot of opportunity to grow their business in doing this. And the stuff that we did at BioWare was about as far from a live service kind of a concept as you could get. You know, these largely single player, story-driven games, pretty hard to imagine. They were building Star Wars: The Old Republic down in Austin, Texas, which was great, and taking a lot of the studio's energy and effort to do that. But this became something that all the studios that we were working with had to grapple with and understand how to do. At the same time, we also had to figure out how to switch engines. On the left is Dragon Age Origins, which was built on BioWare's internal proprietary engine. And on the right is Mass Effect, which was built on Unreal 3 at the time. And so in about 2011, 2012, over 10 years ago now, we started to debate which engine should we go to? How should we figure out where to go next? What engine should we do? And so me being a former computer programmer, I had a lot to say in the discussion. We talked obviously with a lot of other developers at the studio to figure out what we're going to do. And ultimately what we did is we had 2 candidates in the works. We had Unreal 4, which had a lot of excitement for us because half of the studio who worked on Mass Effect knew Unreal 3. We figured that'd be good. And the other was Frostbite, the internal engine worked on at BioWare, made by DICE originally up in Sweden. And so this was one of the very first screenshots we ever did of Dragon Age Inquisition on Frostbite. And it was enough of a motivator for us, got excitement, that we decided to go with Frostbite. We figured the internal momentum of the studio was really good. This engine was going to get used around everything, and it worked out. In the early days, it worked out for us quite well. It was a tough engine to make a role-playing game on. It didn't have a lot of the things that we'd gotten used to. We'd either built ourselves with our own engine, or we'd been layering into Unreal 3 to make Mass Effect in. But ultimately, we went with this one because it was beautiful visually, and it had a lot of energy in Electronic Arts going for it. So we thought, okay, this would be great. We'll go with that. And then we made Dragon Age Inquisition. And Dragon Age Inquisition was a great game for us. We built it in just under 4 years, which was pretty fast for us. And we felt very good about where we were going with it and what we were doing. So we won the Game of the Year at the Game Awards that year with that one. And everything seemed to be going really well. We're excited for this, and we're feeling pretty good about ourselves. And then these 2 games came out. And we said to ourselves, okay, well, what the heck's going on? Now, I wasn't around. I was around for Andromeda. I wasn't around for the shipping of Anthem at this time. But certainly we were struggling mightily with all of the different variables at the studio. We were grappling with growing our studio. We were grappling with having different locations work on the games. We were grappling with Frostbite as an engine, as it was getting used by more and more teams around EA. And there's more and more pressure for Frostbite to do all the things that any general engine you want to do. Certainly we were grappling with this notion of live services, right? This idea that we had to create games that told stories, but at the same time could grow forever and could do these things and generate revenue for us long term. And so these were a lot of variables to go through. And we sort of, as I think about now and reflect on this even to this day, I think about we lost some of the strength of that ignorance, right? We started to know too much about how these things work. We started to know that there's things you could do and couldn't do, and so we kind of got in our own heads at times and didn't trust ourselves and didn't trust that we could still tell amazing stories and push the craft of storytelling in ways that would be good for the studio. So I want to take a little segue here from my overall topic here, and I want to talk about what makes a hit game, in my experience at least, and what I like to look at when I make a hit game. John Lasseter, one of the founders of Pixar, he famously said this: every single Pixar film at one time or another has been the worst movie ever put on film. But we know, we trust our process, we don't get scared and say, oh no, this film isn't working, right? And when I go back to Andromeda and I go back to Anthem, there were definitely times when we were scared at those two games, and we shouldn't have been. We lost that boldness that came from ignorance. We lost that feeling of confidence, that feeling of we have a process that's going to work here. And so when I started Inflection, I told myself, we're going to work in a process. We're not going to lose that ignorance. We're going to be bold and excited to go try new things, and we're going to trust that we have the things we need to do to go build it. And so when you think about this game here, Fortnite, which went from a Fortnite Save the World on the left, which was this fun cooperative experience here, to arguably the biggest game in the world right now as a 100-person battle royale free-to-play game. The change couldn't be more radical, right? Obviously the games look similar, they're the same art style, everything, but the ultimate gameplay couldn't be more different, right? And this is where I think, this team clearly embraced this idea of, well, anything is possible in this industry, and we have to remember that. We have to be confident in what we don't know and say, hey, let's try some different things, let's do this. And if you're gonna build a hit games being a search, something that you have to try new things to do, ultimately that means a willingness to change and a willingness to iterate. You have to be open-minded to these ideas as the industry changes. You have to be prepared to do this. Don't compromise your vision. It's not about compromising your vision. It's about iterating and finding ways to make fun for your players and doing that. And always be convicted in the idea that all we can do at the end of the day is make fun for our players. And if something's not fun, keep working on it. If something is fun, embrace it and build on that. So with all that, where do we go from here? What does all this ultimately mean for Inflection, the studio that I now run? And where do I think we can go here? So that leads us to this idea of places. Now, what is a place, okay? What is a place? Well, we're very accustomed in our humanity to talk about places as a physical space, right? A physical space with meaning, okay? So Dubrovnik is a place. Reboot Develop Blue is a place. We're all here, we're all sharing, we're all doing the things. And ultimately, a place is really any space with great meaning to us as human beings. And that meaning comes from social connection, comes from imbuing this place with the stories that we tell in it and stuff. And so all of this came to a head for me when I read this book called The Great Good Place by Ray Oldenburg, who wrote this book in 1989. And he wrote it in response to a lot of changes he saw happening in this case, in the United States. But he wanted to create a model for how we as society should view places. And so he had a very simple model, involved the first, the second, and the third place. And the first place he called where we live. So your home is your first place. And then he called the second place where you work, where you toil, where you earn your living, where you practice your craft, where you do these things. And the third place was where we connect. It was your social space. It's the cafes, it's the coffee shops, it's the pubs, it's the libraries, it's places like this, where you meet other people and you share ideas and you learn and you grow and you expand your horizons. And so we organize things this way. And his thesis at the time in 1989 was that through intense urban planning and other changes in the United States at the time, and I think this is pretty universal, certainly in Canada where I live, the same thing was happening. Everybody moving to the suburbs ultimately meant we were losing our third places. He was saying you ended up living in large subdivisions of houses, tract houses. You'd go to malls, you'd do that. You wouldn't go to your local pub. You wouldn't have a library. You wouldn't have a barber shop and these things. And so ultimately we were losing our third places and getting down to the first, second places. And when I started reading about this, understanding this stuff better, it's pretty remarkable when you think about the pandemic and the ultimate impact of the pandemic, because what the pandemic did was, of course, it took away our second place for a lot of us, right? People couldn't go to work anymore. They had to stay at home. And so more and more we were getting collapsed and constrained into this idea of just one place in our lives. But ultimately, as very social creatures, human beings, we need more than one place. We need to have these three places like this. And so it occurred to me, as I'm sure it occurs to a lot of you, that virtual places count as well, right? If you think about some of these older games like NetHack, Ultima Online, EverQuest, RuneScape, and The Sims, all of these games represent places for people. They're places where you as players will join with your friends, you'll meet up, you will connect with each other, you'll share ideas, you'll practice gameplay together, you'll be there for each other, you'll do these things. All the things that make a third place important to you in the real world work just as well in virtual spaces as well. And so this idea of a virtual place having social connection, having access control, and ultimately having a common language for its players means that these virtual places act like a third place as well. They fill that need for us as human beings, and they satisfy that desire for us to be with others and do that. And so ultimately, what we realize is that we've been making places for as long as we've been telling stories. That's human beings. And I think that's a pretty profound recognition that we've actually been doing this in games as well for a very long time, for generations now. And they haven't gotten nearly the love that some of the story-based games that I've worked on, others have been. They haven't been elevated to the front of the industry like I think they should be. And I think that's a shame, and I think some of the stuff that's been happening in those games is truly special and truly remarkable. And so at Inflection, we hope to build more places with our games. And that's why we've chosen the survival crafting genre to do this on. Survival crafting genre, you go out, you craft, you build things, you build actual physical things. You chop trees down like our character is here. And you get to do all that in a place that has great social connection and depth to it, because you get to play with your friends and do things with those. And so it creates that sandbox gameplay, creates a really fun environment which to create places with. And that's our ambition at our studios, to go off and then ultimately build places and empower players to build places themselves with this. And then through that construction of places, meaning emerges. Meaning, the more you invest in time, the more stories that get created because of your shared experiences, the more people that you talk to, you share with, you learn from, you give back to, ultimately creates meaning for us. And that meaning is so vital to us nowadays. It's so important that we find meaning in what we do. And there's a lot of theories on meaning that I've read about now. One, believe it or not, is called terror management theory, which psychologists say we all believe in. As human beings, we are so aware of our finite lifespan on Earth that we spend our lives desperate to create meaning and imbue things in meaning with each other. And when you read these things, you go, wow, like this is how do we make this connected to game development? Well, it turns out you can if we spend our time helping people build places in the games. And so if we do that job right, if we do that, we will become placemakers, and I think we will have done good in the industry. So my ambition is to become a placemaker as a game developer, to create a game experience that you, if you decide to play it, will get a chance to invest your time in and make a place for yourself, and we'll give you the tools and the ability to do that, and you'll make a place for your friends as well, and that third place will provide value to you. It'll be something special to you because it matters to you and you most of all. And so with that, thank you everybody for your time. I appreciate the chance to talk. Appreciate it. Thanks. I should say a bunch of these shots I stole from Nightingale. This is a special spot in Nightingale you'll see in the future. But I should say one more thing, folks. Really do please come to Reboot Red 2023 in Banff, Alberta, Canada. This is not far from where I get to live. I think if you've enjoyed what you see here in Dubrovnik and get to spend time here, you will love Banff, and you'll get a chance to see scenes like this in the Rocky Mountains, very much the Alps here. And this is the hotel where they hold it at, the Banff Springs Hotel. It's pretty remarkable. The Government of Canada is here, folks. They have a booth out there to show more and teach more about this. So I do hope to see you all there in 6-ish months, 7 months, sounds like. So hopefully that. Okay, anyway, thank you again, folks.
journeys into modern time.
falcon cannot hear the falcon. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Where anarchy is loosed upon the world, blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image, out of spiritism Monday, troubles my sight somewhere in the sands of the desert. A shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it, real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again, but I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep will vex tonight man by a rocking cradle. And what will a feast? Its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born.
So since last time, I was a bit annoyed by everything I heard about all of this metaverse, crypto, NFT bullshit that was going to change the industry forever, and guess what? It didn't. And so I hesitated to call that talk "Don't Believe the Hype" and talk about the multiple hypes that have swarmed in our industry without changing anything. But in the meantime, I had quite a lot of more interesting and serious questions on what I talked last time about, which was my proposition of a game design model that I call the Adam loops. And to apologize to the many people that ask me questions and ask for the deck, which I never put online. I know, never had time. And also never really had time to answer the questions. I was like, well, I'm going to do that at the next reboot and kind of try to go a bit more in detail and address the question, the points that people ask me about. So if you wanted to learn more about Adam Loop, you're at the right place. Don't worry if you didn't attend the previous talk. I'll start with a recap, faster recap of what I've said, so you will be able to onboard on that. So I'll be quick on the boring stuff. I'm Renaud Charpentier. I'm French, obviously. I can tell it by my accent, I guess. Don't laugh, Charles, don't laugh. I'll have you make a conference in French. That will be interesting. So I've had the chance of working on many different types of game, big licenses, things like Rayman, Splinter Cell, Total War, etc., etc. And I've been doing video games for the last 25 years. I now, sorry for a minute. That is the PDF. We need to watch, that's the PowerPoint. We need to watch at the PDF file, because that one is fucked, basically. It's a backup. Is it possible to change it quickly? Just swapping the file that we are looking at. That's why it's all indented. Anyway, so I can continue while we do that. So I'm 5 years ago in 2000. Wow. It's a test. Vampires are going to burn very soon. No? No vampire in the room. Yes, that's way better. Thanks a lot. Yep, this one. So 5 years ago, maybe we get rid of that and go full screen. Anyway, we created that studio in France called Tower 5. And we have a kind of a gameplay is king approach. So we're not a narrative studio, we are more of a game design studio making systemic games. We've been working on several titles, Longsword, Winter Chronicle, worked back on Agatha Christie, 13. So we did the remaster of 13, which we are quite proud of the final result in the end. And now we're working on Empire of the Ants on console and PC. So I can't tell too much about the game, even if it has been announced, but basically that's what it is. That's the little hero you control, and it's, even here you can't really tell, it's photorealistic, and it's 3D RTS on console. You should hear more about that in the coming months and the coming years. So, let's go back to what I love, the need for theoretical game design. So, why do we need that? In science, don't worry, the people who were there last time, I'm not going to do the entire thing about, you'll have a short version of it. In science, things evolve by having a law proposal. Then this law is confronted usually to observation, and it's used to be able to do prediction. That's what a model is used for. And sometime, like it happened with Mercury, for the laws of physics done by Newton, you realize that the law don't align anymore with the observation. In that case, you have two options. Either the observation were wrong, which is possible, either your law was incomplete. In that case, for Mercury, the law was incomplete. And that's why, thanks to Lorentz, Poincaré, and Einstein, we had an evolution of the law, which basically became what was past Newtonian physics, which is basically quantum physics and high-speed velocity physics. That's summed up here by two equations I won't torture you with, which is the previous law of adding to speed together, which probably you studied at school, V3 is equal V1 plus V2. That's the old model, and that's true if your speed is very, very slow compared to the speed of light. But thanks to Poincaré, because actually a French guy who found it first and published it first, the actual law of composition of speed is that one. And you have to have this second part of a member where you multiply both speed by each other and divide them by the celerity of speed square. Obviously, if your V1 and V2 are very slow, the law is the same as the previous one. So when you try to do a model for game design, you're kind of aiming for the same thing. We are all more or less doing game design, and we don't really have a unified theory, or at least the basis of a theory that kind of works in every situation. So if you try to build that, you need to be conscious of what you are building, because you're not going to build something that works for absolutely everything and everywhere. Otherwise, you'll fail. So the Adam loop model, the aim is really to describe, understand systemic game design, and have, for people who want to use it or talk this way, have a way to talk about structural game design using the same lingual, you could say. What it is not, absolutely not, it is not a tool to improve narrative design, which to some of you, if you are doing a narrative game, is more important than pure systemic game design. It's not either a tool to improve balancing, which is an entire question by itself. And it's not a tool either to improve level design, which is not pure systemic design, but as a part of content in it. So, like the law from our friend with his apple, Newton, you need to know what you're talking about and what are the limits of what you are proposing, or you're going to think, oh, I've got a general law, I'm going to apply it to everything, and you apply it to things that are not relevant, and you will be more worse off than if you didn't have that. So, that's the base structure I propose of the Adam loop. It's quite simple in the end. It's to say any loop, gameplay loop you have, whatever its size and whatever its duration, can be split and described as an acquisition phase, a decision phase, an execution phase, and a modification phase. And once the modification phase is finished, you're going to go back to acquisition. The idea is that we use those 4 phases to describe those loops, and we split them in 2 different types of characteristic. What I call structural characteristic and what I called quality characteristic. Structural characteristic, I propose that we separate again 2 characteristics: importance of that step in the loop and duration of that step. In the previous presentation, that's a small improvement when you keep looking at things. I said importance and duration for the structural characteristic. I've changed it to a plus, because if some people want to do actual evaluation of that by putting numbers like 1 to 10 to importance, duration, richness, and usability, then basically you would want to have a compound number that described structure and that describe quality in one go. I propose that for structural we add the values of importance and duration, divide them by 2 of course, and that for quality, which is very important, we multiply richness by usability. That means if your richness is at 0 or your usability is at 0, whatever the value of the other one, you'll stay at 0, which is not the case, obviously, with a plus, where you could have very high importance and low duration, you still have a medium value. That's quite important to see it like that. So to sum up, and that's probably the one you want to keep, structure I propose is the sum of importance and duration. And why is it important? Because in my mind, with structure, you can judge why some people like this gameplay pattern, like this type of game. I believe in that model. That is the answer of why is there this genre on the market? Why is there the 4X genre on the market? Why is there the racing simulator genre on the market? Why are there the fast shooter? Why are there the slow shooters? That's because some people, some players, like this structure and like having structure that have this characteristic. A quick thing to be able to judge, so importance in those phase, so in this phase, oops, sorry, no, back, yes, no? Okay, importance for each of the phase, acquisition, decision, execution, modification, importance is just how much a phase contributes to the either interest of a game or brain activity. Duration is simply how long the phase is intended to last. Intended, because that's important. If your phase is intended to be short, but you discover that people spend a long time in it, you probably have a problem. Because the game structure was intended to be that way, players are using it differently, so maybe they don't have the right tool, but probably there is a problem there. So it's how long the phase was intended to last. Richness is basically how varied, complex, and open is that phase. So I'll give 2 examples after that, but richness is what I ask player to do in that phase. Is it just pressing a button, or is it taking care of a huge set of data and having a huge set of action that they potentially can take? It can be very restricted or not. Richness can be low and you can have a great game. That's not the point. But it's a way to sort it out between, usually the problem, I talk about it, is there is a mismatch for many people between richness and importance. And finally, usability, that's maybe the easiest one. It is how adequate the tools that are given to the player are. Basically, if your game is great, if your controls are great, your usability is always high. If your UI is bad, if your controls are not adequate, if your game is in 15 FPS, then probably usability is going to be lower. Quality, which is the global evaluator that you get by richness multiplied by usability, is, I believe, why people play this specific game. Quality is not going to tell you why people like racers, but it's going potentially, I think, to tell you or show you why people play this specific racer and not the other ones, and keep buying this one, because it's of high quality. They went to that genre because they liked the structure of this game, and then they picked this specific game because they liked the quality of that specific game. A small touch, because I had a question on that, on the difference between importance and richness. So importance is not richness at all. They are not correlated. It's brain activity versus complexity, which is completely different. And I'll give 2 examples. So that thing here is taken from a video of an old game called Track and Field. Maybe some played it. And Track and Field was a series of basically track and field sports like 100-meter dash, pole throwing, etc. And it was basically a repetition game, a tap, 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 tap game. It was very basic. It was an excellent game. I mean, many people played that. And that's a video of a guy that played it perfectly for the 100-meter dash, and he's explaining his technique to have a higher score using only a single button by alternating the way he moves his finger on it, etc., etc. So here, that's a very good example where that part of the gameplay loop, playing this 100-meter dash and pressing that button repeatedly, is extremely important in the game. Well, it's very important. Basically, it's the game. If you remove it, you don't have a game anymore. But at the same time, it is not rich. It is very simple. It is pressing a button as fast as you can, which can be very interesting, and people like it, but it's not rich. On the other hand, that's taken, a screenshot taken from probably Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I would think. Assassin's Creed Odyssey, if you think about the acquisition phase, so you've been doing something, your quest is finished, and now you're like, okay, what am I going to do next? You're basically going to look at a screen like that, where you have plenty of information. You are in the middle of a Greek city. So what you have displayed on screen is extremely rich. You can talk to the merchant, you have kids that are arguing with each other, and you have maybe a mercenary that's passing around. You are in an entire simulated world. So the thing that is demanded to you to look at or analyze in this acquisition phase of what I'm going to do next is extremely rich. But on the other hand, it is of low importance. You don't have to look at all this complexity because you just have a little icon here that we can't see too well that tells you the next activity in that quest is right there at 420 meters. So the acquisition phase here is of low importance. You don't play Assassin's Creed because it's a hidden quest game and you have to find something, etc. You play it for other reason in the loop. But surprisingly, for a moment of low importance, which is acquisition, you have, because you are in the middle of a simulation, an extremely rich phase with low importance. So importance and richness are not correlated, and these are two examples at the extreme. So that one I wanted I had to go a bit too fast on that last time. So Adam loop, a way of modelizing loops with this Adam method, is a way to look at a global round-around trip of the action the player is doing. In most games, okay, if you play Tetris, or we were talking about maybe any early game, you would say, there was a single loop. Tetris has a single loop. The loop is look at the screen, decide of the situation, try to make your little thing falls down, and it changes the evolution that it changes. If you do it well, you're going to destroy some lines. So basically, that's the evolution of a world. And then you start again. And Tetris is just that. You have no other loops. But in modern games that most of us are doing, there are several or many different loops that compose the game, and more, because the game tends to become more complex and more full-on. So if you want to analyze that, you need to see, okay, do I model the entire loop with kind of small subloop? How does that work? So the first classification method I proposed is to look at how the different loops are put together. So you have a first one, that's not very interesting, so it stays in white, where you basically have two different games within one game. When I say two different games, it's because there is no crossed influence between them. So I took the example of if you are playing World of Warcraft, you can do high-end raiding with 20 people and attack a huge boss mob, etc. And it's all an organization, and you need raid leaders, and etc. And that's a full entire game you can play. And then you can choose to play competitive PvP. Competitive PvP is completely separated. You have players that have never, ever entered PvP in World of Warcraft and love the game. And you have players that play World of Warcraft only for the PvP. So here you have two completely different loops and two completely different activities, but they are separated. There is no cross-influence. Interestingly, for the one who were there at the beginning, at the very start of WoW, there was a bit of cross-influence because the items, so the power you could gather in the PvE activity would make you stronger in the PvP activity in the first days of WoW PvP. What they have done over time is to first separate the stats and then completely separate the two activities. So they went from basically interdependent loop to separated loop in World of Warcraft. So interdependent loops, that's more common, is that the loops are separated in temporality. You don't play them at the same time, but they still contribute to the same global objective. An example would be Total War or Heroes of Might and Magic. In those games, you have a loop that is the economic one, when you create your army, you create your buildings that gives you your gold, and then you create your generals, gather the army, go on a map, and when you meet an adversary enemy army, then you go into battle. It was turn-by-turn battle in Heroes of Might and Magic, real-time 3D battle in Total War, but the idea is the same. When you are playing the battle, you don't even see the economic loop. When you're playing the economic loop, you are not at all in the battle. Still, if you succeed in the battle, in that loop, you are helping the other. So those loops are interdependent because there is a continuation of gameplay between the two, and there is a feedback loop between the two. If you succeed at one, the other will be easier or harder, and if you're bad at it, it would make the other loop. So these loops are interdependent. The next category, if you want to model your different loops, is alternating loops. So this is when the temporality of the two loops shifts, And mainly, the important bits here is that the controls are shifting. One good example of that is a game like The Last of Us, up there, but many, if you play Resident Evil 4, which is basically the same gameplay pattern, it's the same. In The Last of Us, you have a loop that is basically passing through a level, exploring a level, finding things to build your next bombs, etc., etc. So you can do kind of scavenging loop. But you also have a combat loop. But you also have an infiltration loop where you try to avoid combat. And you also have a crafting loop where you stop suddenly and you decide to build a new bomb or something like that. When you do that in the game, you alternate the controls. So you do it in the same temporality. The temporality is shared, and that was quite a big evolution, while you are crafting your shiv. The enemy, the world is still moving, the game is not stopped. It's the same thing in a Dark Souls game. They never stop the game, even if when you are in other controls, namely within the UI. But the controls shift, which means that while you are crafting that shiv, you cannot move your character anymore. And while you are moving your character, you cannot craft this shiv. So you have here two completely different loops. One that is one of optimization of usage, crafting, combining things to get new tools, etc. And the second one, which is the classical hide and seek and kill and shoot loop. And these loops are alternating. So if you want to model them, you still need to have to model them as two separated Adam loop, but know that you are going to shift between one and the other. And then you have simultaneous loop. So here it's when the temporality is overlapping, and that you can execute both loops at the same time. You could very well imagine a system where you're playing The Last of Us, and when you want to craft your sheaves, they manage to put all of that crafting, let's say, on the D-pad. And you can still, with the other stick, move your character and do everything, but if you use the D-pad, you can craft. That would be quite complicated because the crafting is quite complex, so they couldn't do that, or they choose not to do that, but you could imagine that. If they did that, they would move from alternating loop to simultaneous loop. There are games that do use simultaneous loop all the time, including the game I'm doing right now, which is most of a real-time strategy game. In most of a real-time strategy game, you control both the economy and the fighting. So you basically have an economy optimization loop where you have to build this and build that and look at your curve of gold or food, etc., to take economic long-term inertial decision. That's one loop. And then you have a loop where you are controlling your units and deciding which units you send where. Do you attack this guy? Do you retreat? Do you use a power, etc. RTS, most classical RTS like Warcraft 3 or StarCraft, or Empire of the Ants, that we are crafting right now, you can do both at the same time, and you do both without switching context, without shifting the controls. So most of the time, for example, in a Warcraft 3, you just pan around, and if you click on a unit, you're basically acting on the combat loop. If you click on a building, you're basically going to do something in the economy loop. But these two are simultaneous. It's never a way of doing it. And finally, you have one that I dashed out, which is blended loops. It's when you have two different executions, but they're not really loops, and you can't really sort them out. That would be shooting and moving in Quake. You could say, oh, there is a movement kind of traversal loop in Quake, and there is a shooting loop where you choose who you shoot, with which gun you're going to use, etc. Yes, that is true. You could say that these are simultaneous loop, but in those cases, I think you'd better think, no, they are the same one with more choice. Why? And that's the deciding factor, I think, is you can't do one without doing the other. You can favorize one, but you can't detach it. That's the way of saying that they are basically blended loops and not so the same loop, same and unique loops, and no two different loops. You can have a map from an RTS, and Warcraft 3 did that quite often, where you play only the economy, for example. You have economic challenge. You don't handle units. And you can have a map, like a tactical map in a Warcraft or a StarCraft, they did that a lot, where you only have a limited set of units, and you have to pass that map like that. So those games, these RTS, are capable of separating the two loops, the two simultaneous loops, and have them working one after the other, which means they are one without the other, which means they are indeed two separated loops. In Quake, if I remove you a capacity of moving, apart from target practice, you're not going to do much. Same thing, if I remove you the capacity of shooting, you're just doing a Quake challenge of jumping something, but it's not Quake anymore. So you can't have one loop without the other, which means that they are not two different loops, but blended loops. But what happens when you have loops that start and demand the action of a secondary loop? That's something that happens quite often. What I propose is that when you have multiple cascading loops, they are always imbricated at the execution step of the previous one. So the structure of a game, even if it asks you to do a huge loop that itself demands you to do a smaller one and a smaller one and a smaller one, I propose that this structure is basically like those little bears. They are embedded in one another. Here, the smallest white bear at the bottom would be, oh, in that game, I have a small gameplay loop where I must perfect reload a gun. Like in, I think you had that in Gears of War, if I'm right, maybe the first game to do that. So it's a small loop in itself. It's a complete loop. You have acquisition. Oh, I've got a little cursor going on, etc. You have decision. Should I take the risk to perfect reload of that? When do I click? Execution, clicking at the right moment. And modification. Either you get a full clip or you get a bonus because you perfectly reloaded, etc. So I must perfect reload is the little small loop here, the little small bear at the middle of it. It is not Gears of War, the total Gears of War is more of that. But why do you need to do that? You need to do this perfect reload to be able to kill that mob. Because you are in a wider loop of doing a one-to-one combat with a mob in front of you. Okay? But why do you kill this mob? Oh, you have to kill this mob to win the global combat in that area against those 5, 10, 20 mobs that you have. That's a bigger loop, and it's a loop that involves different things than just fighting one mob. If you are fighting one mob, you're just looking at the position of that single mob. If you are fighting, I need to win this combat, maybe you need to look at escape point and how you're going to hide yourself, etc. It's a wider loop. And why do you play this wider loop? Because you are in what I call the mother loop. You have to complete this level. And completing this level means some time to manage to win an encounter. Okay? So very often, when you design your game and you want to add richness to them, you are going to add a sub-ADEM loop within the execution phase of your bigger ADEM loop. Because if you think about it, when you play a game, you have a global objective. Oh, you look at it. That's acquisition. Then you take a decision on it. Oh, I should fight. Or maybe I should run. That's a huge split in between. And then you go to the execution loop. And the execution loop is going to be a loop in itself. Because if you say, oh, I need to fight, then you basically stop thinking about the overall objective of the game, and you go down into, okay, I need to kill that mob. And that is a loop by itself. And until you have finished resolving that loop entirely, you're not going to go backward to the biggest objective. And if within the loop where you need to kill that mob, suddenly you ask to stop the game and craft potion to be able to destroy it, well, basically, that's going to be in the execution of killing that mob. Now I'm trying to kill that mob. Acquisition of that is, okay, what is the mob? What is the type? It is of fire type, okay. Decision, oh, I should probably use a water potion on it. Execution, oh, I need to craft a water potion. Which means in the execution, that's where you're going to go in a loop, and a crafting loop that is imbricated into the previous loop, killing the mob. You'll go there, you'll do your entire loop of crafting, looking at, okay, I've got a glass of water, and I've got the magic bits to put in it, etc. Do that, and maybe I put that to increase it, etc. And then you get your water potion, and then you use your water potion, which means you damage the mob, and you go back up in the loop that is above. So if you have to model to work on that, you basically model it by having that circle, and when you reach the bottom part, which is the execution, you basically have like a little 8, a second loop that is embedded in that. And below, at the execution of this second loop, you might have another one. And if you do that, it's a way to map your entire game as ADEM loops. That's something I didn't completely describe last time, and I think that's pretty useful and important. The way you represent it, because I did for my game, is that in one of the execution phase, you might have two completely different choices. For example, for the example I've taken, maybe you need to destroy that thing, so you're going to create a water potion. But maybe you're going to attack it with a bow, which is an action gameplay, an action loop, where you have to aim and use the bow and the string bow, etc., which is completely different from crafting. So how do you represent it? Well, you have your main loop, I have to fight, and in the execution, you just have a choice where you branch to either the little crafting loop, or either the little bow firing loop, or maybe the spell using loop. But the thing is, if you represent your game like that, you have an entire picture of how your game is playing and where the player attention is going. And you can try to solve your problem step by step for each of the loops. So what else can we do with this model? So now we potentially have a model that let us describe a huge loop, that let us see, okay, how the different loops put together next to each other. And we have a way to map the entire game by splitting it in sub-loops at the execution level. What can we do with that? Many things, like having a bit of water, because difficult. So second. So what can we do with this model once we have established it? Well, the first thing we can do is classification. The idea is to classify the games in their proper genre and category according to the structure of their mother loop. Mother loop is the first huge loop that you are playing. If you are going above the mother loop and you start asking the question, what do I need to do in this game? Just win the game. No, you are one step too high, so you have to go down. Okay, I need to win the game, but what is the main loop? Well, I've got to build buildings and handle an economy, to move units, to attack my enemy and destroy him. Yes, that is the mother loop of RTS. And it would be the same for a racing game. Well, I need to win the race. Well, you have said nothing here. Go down one level, your loop is, I need to be in the car, I need to accelerate, and I need to brake, and I need to follow the circuit and try to beat the other AI cars and finish first. Yeah, okay, that describes your game, that's your mother loop. The interest of describing that with this structure is that it can help to understand why games that looks so different, like Warzone 2 and Fortnite, are actually exactly the same game. Their ADEM loops, if you describe them to the bottom, are exactly the same. So they are the same game, even if graphically, in terms of people playing it, in terms of theme, in terms of feeling, they are completely different. And marketeer would be like, nah, those are two completely different games. No. The people who will like one most likely will like the other one. And that's because they have the same structure. At the same time, if you look at those two pictures, you could very well mismatch EVE Online for a game like Star Wars Squadrons. In both cases, you are controlling a ship in a kind of realistic environment with cloud of stars and lasers everywhere, and you are shooting basically at this big thing and handling your missiles, and yeah. But if you analyze it, those two games are completely different. One is an action game, Star Wars Squadrons, basically a three-dimensional shooter, when the other one, EVE Online, doesn't have the slightest action component in it. It's basically a slow, real-time kind of tactic strategy game that has nothing to do with the first one. If you draw the ADEM loop of both and you look at duration, richness of each of the steps, they are radically different. And that's exactly the same for games like Resident Evil 4 and High on Life that have the same structure. But if you take Resident Evil 4 and a game like Left 4 Dead, in both cases, in Resident Evil 4 and Left 4 Dead, you're trying to survive zombies attacking you by shooting at them and handling it. Yes, but they're absolutely not the same way. The way it translates is like that. If you analyze Warzone, Fortnite, and you look at acquisition, decision, execution, modification, anyone, we could discuss for long if it's med or slightly med, high or very high. But globally, if you look at it, you can see that if you describe Warzone like that, Fortnite is very, very close. You could say that the decision is slightly higher in Fortnite because you can build things, so you have more decision option. You could say that potentially the execution is only high in Fortnite, very high in Warzone 2 because it's more twitched, and that it's more reflex when the gun is short. And you can say that the modification is a bit higher again in Fortnite because you can destroy part of the environment because you can destroy your things, so it's a bit different. But if you look at it, it's still pretty close. If you do that for EVE and for Star Wars Squadrons, then you look at EVE, you look at the second one, and they are absolutely, all of them are different in every of the 4 categories. And you can say, okay, it has nothing to do with it. You can do that for other games and say why Warcraft 3 and Civilization have nothing to do with it, or why World of Tanks is not Warzone at all. It shows immediately when you do that. So for classification, it's pretty useful. It's very tempting to draw a kind of map of all the game according to this characteristic. Mind you, because it's ADEM, you have 4 characteristics. So if you want to plot the game according to that, you would need a 4-dimensional space, which is very difficult to a tesseract, which is very difficult to handle for human. But what you can do, and I did, is to plot it for one of these characteristics using importance and duration, and then you have 2 axes, and you can do a map of game through acquisition, decision, etc. An old guy, and I'm going to bore you with math, history. No, physics history, great. You won't avoid it. So that models can also be used for research. So that guy is Dmitry Mendeleev. I think he's famed, there is a legend that he was the one that set the vodka purity value at 39% alcohol or something like that, because at some point he was responsible for measures in ancient Russia, but he's more well known for his contribution to humanity by creating or finishing the periodic tables of elements. Why is that relevant to us? Because it's a very good example of people who managed to get a model of how matter was organized, understand something about it, not everything, but some things about it. Okay, we have neutron, we have proton, and we have electron, and that is decide the number of them is absolutely decisive to know which element we have and what are going to be the properties of each element. And that allowed Mendeleev and others to actually classify, which would be the previous one, but mostly research. So basically to point at the right place. Mendeleev was capable of saying, okay, we haven't yet find this specific gas here, but we are going to find an element that is going to have that mass weight, that is going to be a gas, and that is going to be neutral or be a specific or have specific electric capacity, because there is a hole here and there must be something there, and because we have a model and understand a bit how it works, we can foresee a bit how this element is going to be. If we have a model like we have, like even a basic model, I insist on that. I mean, they hadn't understood, Mendeleev in his time, they hadn't understood everything about atoms and their structure. They hadn't understood, for example, at all that the nucleon themselves, the proton and the neutron were themselves composed of subparticles that we have discovered after that. But still, with the model they had, they could point to the right place and actually manage to research and help the researcher find things we didn't have before. So if we play with multiple loop models, so how all of these loops are cascaded, and if we look at the structure descriptor, we could try to do the same, which is kind of interesting for designer thought experiment of using that to try to look at places where, oh, there is no game there. What would be this game? And to give you an idea of how much we could research is if we only describe each of the 4 parameters as just low, medium, and high. That's very basic, so we just use 1, 2, 3. We could decide it to have a scale to 1 to 10. The value would be even more elevated. But let's say only we just judge this by very coarse things, saying, okay, this one is low, this one is medium, this one is high for this part of the structure. We have 4 different phases and 2 characteristics for each, structure and quality. That leads us with 6,571 different potential setups. And I don't think we have 6,000 different gameplay patterns that are of different gameplay patterns or gameplay structures that are currently being used in the industry. So probably there is some space in those 6,000 where we haven't pointed out yet, where we haven't digged yet. And I propose you a couple. So what about a game that would have both A, D, and M set to high plus long, but execution is low and fast? You'll think about it. So that's a game where basically acquisition, you look at something very complex, very rich, for very long. your decision is very long and very complex because there are very many things to look at, and it's very important. Importance is high. And once you have taken your decision, the modification on the world is going to be tremendous. Okay? But the execution of your decision, once you have decided what you do, it is fast. Okay? And it is low importance. So there's no gameplay or managing to do the execution. If you do that, you probably have a kind of civilization, even more complex, a kind of huge global simulation, and with just one click of a mouse, you do something tremendous, like spawning a new civilization entirely. And then the game evolves, and you see what happens. There are no games that really have this structure. And potentially, some players could love it. What about a game that has 7 cascading loops? So we looked at kind of Gears of War, it has 4, 5 cascading loops with its quick reload. Okay, let's try to add 2 more to that. Think about it. What about a Warzone 2, but we change the acquisition and the execution so that they are very long in duration? So you have a shooter, but you have a lot of time to look at what is happening and a lot of time to take your decision. So it's no longer a twitch shooter. So that one, it's a bit easier to know what it would be. That would be probably a game like Super Hot for the people who played it. Not exactly, but that would be a game like Super Hot. So what I'm saying, the Mendeleev way of doing is, if you had taken Warzone 2 or Quake, for what matters, and say, okay, what happens if we make this way slower and richer and that way slower and richer? Well, basically, you have a formula to kind of invent or point at where Super Hot was. So you could probably find other games that were quite innovative and interesting doing that. What about Warcraft 3? But the modification is very high and very high importance. Basically, it would be a Warcraft 3 where you have a nuke, and when you use it or something like that, it modifies the entire terrain and separates things that were accessible from one to another. Never been done. Would be interesting to try. So that model should let us do research. But more practically, that model should also let us do fixing. Fix existing game or prototype, and this time, not looking at the structure, we're not trying to change the game, find new ones, but looking at the quality estimators. It's basically having a compass to try to fix the problem of a weakness of the game we have, or the game we are working on. So I took 2 games that I really loved in the latest year, so Cyberpunk and Elden Ring, because I think they are excellent games. So that's kind of an interesting thing to apply that to very good games, because it's harder. Of course, if you apply a tool to a game that is completely broken and unplayable, where the quality of everything is down to a gutter, yeah, of course, you don't really need a model to tell people your game runs in 5 FPS, the contrasts are wrong, I can't read it, and the controls are shit. Yeah, okay, anyone can improve that. So it's a bit more interesting to look at games that are globally excellent and see if having this modelization can help making them a little bit better even. That would be a proof that this model works. For Cyberpunk, I think the driving is not as good as it could be. I don't think anyone would agree that it is as good as Forza Motorsport. Okay, once you've said that, you've said nothing. How can you analyze that? Well, I'm proposing that they have 2 problems. They have a problem of usability in the acquisition phase, because basically it's too dark and blurry with the effect they use, and also their camera keeps going down, which prevents you from keeping a high camera and see what's going on the road, which makes the acquisition, reading what's happening, very hard. Also, their world is not adapted to it. It's full of neon, full of smoke, blur, reflection. You don't do a racing game in those conditions because you can't read what's happening ahead of you, and that's basically a usability problem in the acquisition phase. Also, the reaction of their car, physics, and the way they handle it is not very easy to foresee, and the cars do kind of strange reaction to what you do, much more than in a more physics intensive. What does it mean? It means that the richness in the modification phase is lacking. You do an input, I want to turn to the right, and basically the car does something, but it's not very rich, not very predictable, because they don't have a physics model that's advanced enough, which makes the modification not very satisfying and drive down quality. So on a game like that, on just that subloop, because driving is just one of the subloop of Cyberpunk, applying that model, you haven't fixed the problem. I don't say you can fix the problem. There are constraints in games, but at least you have a compass that tell you, if you are trying to do Cyberpunk 2, oh, we should work on that and that. Same for magic combat in Elden Ring. Contact combat is fantastic, works very well. The game has been made for that. If you do a magic user and you try to do all of the combat using magic, you will feel that it's weaker, it's less interesting. Why? Well, because the richness in the decision phase is not high enough. Most of the time you're going to use a single spell repeatedly, and as your localization, your position doesn't matter that much because you're not close to your enemy, the decision to move or roll happens way less often, which makes it less rich. There is a problem of usability in the execution. If you want to use spell, you have to switch between spells, a couple of them, and the problem is that the switching is on the D-pad and it's very not convenient at all. So if you have a huge set of spells, you have to go around them to do the right one while the boss is moving. So you really have a problem of usability in the execution phase. And finally, you have a problem of richness in the modification phase. Why? Because if you play contact combat, one of the important modifications is where your enemy are and what is your position. And if you attack them with contact weapon, you can interrupt them, you can push them back, you can roll on the side, which basically means that the modification phase is rich. Once you have taken a decision, the situation has changed quite a lot. When you're facing a mob using magic, you just cast a spell, see the spell go, he loses hit point. Most of the time you can repeat that. It hasn't modified the game much. It has modified the game because the boss has lost a little bit of health, but the global situation of the fight hasn't been modified much, which means you lack richness in the modification phase. Improving. So improving is taking a feature that is already good and trying to raise the quality of it. So I kept hacking at the same 2 game. In Cyberpunk, you can chrome yourself. You can basically add a mechanical element to yourself, and that's nearly the subject of the game. If you are a cyberpunk, it's because you are a punk that has been wired with cybernetics, and that subject, that topic, was covered very well in a miniseries they did for Netflix, which is pretty good. That was called Edge Runner. And in Edge Runner, the core of a series scenario is how the character reacts to becoming more and more chrome to madness. That's nearly the core subject of the entire scenario of Edge Runner. Surprisingly, in Cyberpunk, you can chrome yourself to death. You'll get an achievement for it, all slots unlocked, and that's it. You don't become mad, you don't lose control of your character, you don't have any form of cyberpsychosis, and the character talking to you don't react to it. They don't say, oh my God, you don't look human anymore, do I want to associate with you, whatever. No, it's like if you have 0 chrome or full chrome, doesn't make any difference in the game. The only difference it makes is that your character is going to be stronger, and that's it. So here, it's very interesting. I mean, it's a very good system to chrome yourself. It's enjoyable. The mods give you capacities that are fun. It's well done. The interface is good. You have to research. The economics of it is quite good. You could make it stronger by increasing the richness in the decision phase. And the decision phase is which chrome do I attach to each slot? How could you do that? I mean, one possible solution would be to bring back the rules you had in the initial Cyberpunk game I was playing in the 1980s, the little black box sold by Talsorian Games, and in that you had rules on humanity. One of the characteristics of your character was humanity, and the more you would chrome yourself, you would lose humanity, which was pretty close to a system you have in, for example, Call of Cthulhu, where basically you have the most important statistics in Call of Cthulhu, if you play the tabletop RPG, is your sanity. And you are going to lose your sanity. And in the end, it's a way of losing the game because you lose control of your character. Like in many Lovecraft novels, your character becomes mad and ends up in the bottom of a cell in Arkham Asylum, and you have to reroll another one. So you could have such a system in Cyberpunk, that's a possibility, cyberpsychosis, and basically what you do here in the ADEM analysis is that, oh, you have got a good loop, a strong loop with chroming, but we're going to make it even better by increasing the richness in the decision phase. And finally, for Elden Ring, one of the things they added that was already strong which was adding the summons, which make the game wider. So if you don't know, in Elden Ring, when you enter, especially an arena where you fight a boss, you can choose to summon basically an ally, a phantom, that is going to fight alongside you, this boss. And of course, go through the game, you collect a lot of ashes, which are different phantoms that have different characteristics. Some are DPS, some are more tank, some are more range, etc., etc. The problem is, and I don't know if you see that picture, but it's one character that is using the Mimic. That one is probably the one everyone used at the end of the game, because it's the strongest one. They patched it, but it's still the strongest one. And though through the game, you'll usually keep 1 or 2 of these summons active, because you prefer them, and you don't really have a reason to use the other one, especially if you have 2 or 3 different tanks, or tanking summons. You're going to choose one, pick one, improve it, and probably use that one through the game. What could we do about that? Well, we could increase the richness of the decision phase. The decision phase is which one I'm going to equip and which one I'm going to use. One way to do it would be to give passive buff, strong passive buff to these summons. So if I've got 3 or 5 or 6 summons that are basically tanks, okay, they're almost the same in usage, but if I give a strong buff on the first one for my own DPS, or a strong buff that gives me an immunity to one type of damage, or a strong buff that gives me a permanent regeneration, etc., then depending on the boss fight, I would have a more complex, a richer decision to take on which one I use, and that would make the summon loop stronger. The other one would be to increase the richness in the execution phase. So execution phase of the summon loop, let's be clear, right now in the game as it is, the only execution you do is enter usually the arena, quickly summon one summon, and that's going to be the summon you have for the entire fight. If the summon is destroyed, you can't summon it back. There might be 1 or 2 that have an exception because they respawn, but globally, you choose one summon, we can make that richer by giving them a buff, and then when you enter the area, you just quickly summon it, and then you play your game, you completely forget about summon. What could we do for that without changing the balance of the game? Let's say you could have multiple usage. Oh, that would be too strong. Okay, maybe you can cast them twice, but they are twice weaker. If you start doing that, then it means mid-combat, you can either recast the same summon or cast another one, depending on the phase. And also, you would have a richness that to do that, you would need in the middle of the fight to find a window where you can manage to cast your summon or recast your summon. So doing that wouldn't change at all the interest of that loop, but it would make it stronger because the richness of the execution phase using the summon would be higher. So, to sum up all of that, the Adam loop model, the main thing it does to describe things is actually to split things between structure and quality characteristics. Please, if you remember one thing using that loop, the mistake to do is to mismatch the structure characteristic, who basically in the end tells you who will like the genre of game you create, and to mismatch the quality, which is basically how many will like it, because it's a great game. Don't mismatch those 2 sets of characteristics, they are completely different. Another thing is that if you model your entire game, you'll have to model it with sub-loops, sub-Adam loops. And those sub-Adam loops are basically grafted here on the execution step of the previous loop, and you can graft as many as you want if you want to have sub-loops of sub-loops of sub-loops. Still, if you do classification, you're going to work on the mother loop and on the structure of the mother loop, not its quality. If you do research and you're trying to find, I would say, a new game or a new gameplay pattern or new type of game, then you're going to base your researches on 2 things. The multiple loop cartography, so the cartography of how your loops operate and how many sub-loops you have in the execution phase, and then you're going to look at the structure of each of these loops. And if you create a cartography that has never been seen before, it's probably that if you craft that, you'll have a game that has never been played before, which can be interesting, especially if you are doing R&D. And finally, that might be the most direct application of all of that for you here. If you are currently creating a game And when you create a game, it's never perfect at the first time, of course. Far from that. You will probably be every morning in the position of trying to either fix or improve the quality of one of your loops. That's where you can use this tool to know at least in which direction you should aim. It is not going to give you the solution, like I said. So for example, for Elden Ring, I said, okay, increase the richness in the decision phase, and I proposed, okay, this summon could have a passive buff. That's just my solution. I would try that first. I'm not saying that is the only way, of course, to increase the richness in the decision phase of the summon loop of Elden Ring. That's probably the easiest one, so I would start with that. It doesn't mean that there are not others. So in fixing and improving, it will tell you where you should work and probably where you should look for solution. It's not going to tell you what the solution is, okay? And precisely why? Because as my friend Emerson said, science doesn't know its depth to imagination. In other words, if you have a model that works and you can use it, that's still science. Most likely your game is going to be structured correctly. There won't be huge mistake in its systemic game design, okay? But that's not enough to make, that's probably enough to make a capable game, maybe even a good game, but it's not enough to make a great game. If you want to make a great game, on top of that, on top of a structure, you'll need to use your heart, your imagination, and your soul. Thanks a lot for listening. And maybe we have time for a few questions, if there are. A few questions? Is there a mic in the... Yeah, there is a microphone here.
just wait a few minutes for people to come in. Great. Well, welcome everyone to my talk. I'm Ricky Sadek. I will be walking you through some thoughts about concepting, prototyping, and just the beyond that. Primarily looking at open world games and open world game development processes. So a bit about myself. I was previously an open world designer at Rockstar North, working most notably on Red Dead Redemption 2, touching a bit on GTA 5 and online, etc. Currently, I'm a game designer at Liquid Swords, and we're currently working on our first open world action game. So a little bit about Liquid Swords. So we were founded in 2020, based in Stockholm, Sweden, focusing on like narrative-driven open world games. The studio was founded by Christopher Sunbury, who was the founder of Avalanche Studios and part of the original creator of Just Cause franchise. As I said, yeah, we're working on a single-player, narrative-driven open-world game, trying to push like quality bar up as well. And our development team is like a mixture of experts and veterans from various studios, who have contributed to franchises including Just Cause, Battlefield, GTA, Payday, and more. So, a bit of an outline of what I'll be doing. So I'll be breaking down some of the, just some ways open world games have been designed in the past, and looking at how you take concept and ideation, moving on to prototyping and iteration, talking about some of the core characteristics of open world games, and then, a glimpse into the future, how you can kind of like, take what you've been building in prototype and kind of see what it might be realized as. So yeah, and also just to mention, actually, this is just one way of looking at game development and open world design. By no means is this the end all or be all of how we want to make things, so yeah. So let's start with some definitions. So I asked Merriam-Webster about concept. What does concept mean? And they can define it as a general notion or idea. I wasn't too keen on the judgment here, elementary level. So the way I describe it is ideation. It's how we take some ideas, whatever they might be, and start to build core pillars of what we're trying to make, whether that's like from a gameplay perspective or thematically pillars. Starting to look at some of the potential game loops that we can make. So this is, a lot of theory lives in this space, really. So yeah, how can the player's experience be from second to second to minute, and so on. And identifying some unanswered questions. You'll likely have a lot of them, and that's kind of why we then want to start prototyping and start to find some answers. And identifying scope. How big can we make this using the methods that we are doing? So I asked Google to describe prototyping, and it told me to make a prototype of a product. Fairly unhelpful. So, okay, what is a prototype? Well, it's the first or preliminary version of a device, right? So from a game point perspective, let's start building out our systems. How do these systems work? Testing out some of the theory that we've presented, and looking for those answers. We also have to understand what are the basic needs for our game to be able to start building on top of. So these might be like the core tech that functions, and understanding the pipeline. How do we go from asset to in-game? And finally, team building, because as much as this is about building a product, it's also building connections with the people you work with and understanding how we all kind of push each other to deliver on a product. So I asked ChatGPT, what is an open world game? And it's not very friendly. Artificial intelligence really has come far and certainly knows how to hold a grudge. So how do I talk about open world? So I'll do this myself. Here's a few examples of some open world games. So we've got the likes of Red Dead Redemption 2, GTA 5, Just Cause, Skyrim, Elden Ring, Yakuza, and Zelda Breath of the Wild. So a lot of these games have these core characteristics. So an expansive game world with some freedom to explore and a variety of content. They might lean on some systemic gameplay, and they may also lean on some emergent gameplay. So by that, I mean so systems, so things that are out in the world, the things that push you to engage in, like, hunting, where if it was Red Dead, or like the wanted system in GTA, for example. And they often are a non-linear experience. You may have like a more traditional kind of structured mission structure, but often you can kind of do them in various different orders. And here are some example levers that designers often can push and pull to create different experiences. So one is simulation, and the other gameplay experimentation. So if we're looking at an open world game, say like Red Dead Redemption, it kind of the lever is pulled a lot more in simulation, trying to emulate kind of the goings about of civilians amongst the town, whereas Zelda has a lot more in gameplay experimentation, where you're given a bunch of mechanics and you're kind of free to see how the world reacts to what you do. And a controversial take I have personally is that Mario Odyssey is also an open world game, albeit much more structured. So that's a quick overview. All right, so let's say we start with a concept. What do we go from next? Well, you've guessed it, we moved on to a prototype, and then from our prototype, we want to be able to realize it. But from this workflow, we also want to be able to iterate and evolve what we're building on. So we want to be able to look back on our concepts and say, well, does it all fit together? As we start to create more ideas and expand on the concept, being very inwards and reflective allows you to iterate on what the concept is. Likewise, you want to do that with a prototype. You set out a bunch of questions, you find an answer, and then you iterate. But in some cases, you might also want to do this. You might want to build a prototype and realize, well, we have to take even further a step back and reassess how our concept works. And this is fine. This is all part of the process. Some of our answers may lead to, dare I say the word failure, because it's not really a failure. You're just getting a different answer than what you might have expected. And ultimately, you want to get to this stage where you've answered enough questions from the prototypes, and you've now got a set of rules that you can take from concept into a realization. Right, let's go through the concepts. So let's say you start with an initial vision or direction. Now, this could be just like a phrase, it could be a set of pillars, maybe it's a whole game script. But from here, you start to identify what are your tech needs? What are the art needs? Maybe this is where you start to look at concept art and character designs. The narrative, what narrative mechanics do you have to be able to tell your story to your players? The overall design, how do we play the game? And animation, right? So how does the game characters move around? And then you'll start finding that these start to influence each other. Your art influences your tech, which influences your design, which influences your animation, which influences your design, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on, until it turns into a bit of a soup. And so it's at this point, it's good to kind of take a step back, and I have 3 questions that I personally like to kind of move my thinking towards. And I may not necessarily have the answer to these questions, but at least it's like a good starting point. So the first is, where am I? All right, so let's take Elden Ring, Yakuza, Kamurocho district. and Red Dead Redemption. So what are these things doing? They're defining the space. So where the size of the play experience, how we move around the world, and also how what's the content density? How frequently am I going to be encountering content in this type of experience? But also on the more, I guess, story side is like who lives here, right? What's the kind of society that we have here? Like we have a very stark different within these two districts. There we go. So Valentine in Red Dead is much more, run down and not as wealthy. And then you have the more wealthy district of Saint-Denis. And you can kind of see the different lifestyles. So you've got much more workers here and horse and carriage, like trudging through the mud, versus city dwellers who are, going out to the saloons and theaters and such. But also, when are we, right? So what is the world's history? What has taken place in this world before the start of the game? And potentially, what might happen afterwards? Having that kind of glimpse of like where we are kind of can help you understand like what is available to the player and what kind of restrictions. And this goes to both fictional and also real world. For example, Elden Ring has such deep world building and lore building that like, you can just get lost in various different backstories of random items and such. And lastly, what's the purpose of the world, right? Like we want to be able to kind of build a world that's fit for purpose. Yakuza Kamurocho is a really good example of this, where the size isn't huge, but it fits the purpose of selling the fantasy that you're a Yakuza member, striding about the nightlife of a Tokyo district. The second big question to ask yourself is, who am I? This is where you might start to take a stab as to who the player is going to be embodying. And that can help you define some player verbs. So these are the actions that the player can do. It helps you build towards your player volition. Volition, in particular, is incredibly important for open world games. It defines the means to which you do things. More like your motivation. So for instance, you want to be able to say that your character does things, and those things are what the player also wants to do, right? So an example I will come to, I guess. So yeah, summarize your character into a statement so that you can kind of like sell it to the team and to yourself. This also gives us a bit of a story, narrative-driven approach. Exploring character progression. Where does the character start at the start of the game to the end? But also, at what point do we want to start like developing this character? Maybe we want to start by having all the available features on the character as we're developing it, and then strip back certain things to kind of build a progression system. Just a few examples. So just to go back to player volition quickly. So for example, Arthur Morgan here from Red Dead is, he's an outlaw cowboy on the run. And so from there, you can kind of start to think about what would this cowboy on the run embody in his actions and in engaging with the world and the activities of the world. So you get more motivation when those things are kind of more aligned. But yeah, and then you also have the same thing with Skyrim here, where you may not have a fully written and constructed player character, but you still have this term, right? It's a statement, the Dragonborn. You can start to look at like what does that mean to the game world. And lastly, what can I do? So here are a few examples of just actions. So this defines your player mechanics. The 3 C's, camera, controls, and character. Exploring your player verbs again. So maybe you want to approach this from this angle first. You have a bunch of mechanics you want to try. and then attach a character around it. This is where you might start to explore your game loops more personally. As in, attached to the mechanics themselves, like how often am I going to be riding a horse, how often am I going to be using skills and climbing and such. Also, it helps define your content types. Well, what can I do in the world with these actions? You know, can I go on a train robbery or do a puzzle in a shrine? What does that look like? And also, NPC AI. How does the world interact with the things that you're doing, both from an AI perspective and just world itself? So yeah, we've got some examples. What's the next one? Gameplay driven, right. So Zelda is much more experimental, kind of, and the mechanics allow for that. You can just throw all these things together and figure out new ways to go through a puzzle, whereas you have a much more narrative-driven, focused experience with Red Dead. And they're two totally valid ways of making an open world game. All right, so we have our who am I, our what can I do, and our where am I. So I try to visualize kind of like how you might go through this process. So maybe you define who I am, which helps you define what can I do, which may then help you realize where I am. And likewise, you could do the other way, or even you do both at the same time, or you go from the location, and maybe the location can inform you who lives there and what they can do. There's just many ways to kind of build out your world. Right, the return of the soup. Right, so what can we do with the soup? Filter it down back through your initial kind of vision. Maybe there's elements of that you kind of started to waver around, and then you pass it back through the filter of, your initial terms. And then perhaps that will then give you more questions to answer. And then also another bowl of soup that lets you kind of go through this loop of filtering things down and iterating and kind of getting a solid soup base, I guess. So let's just try a little experiment here where let's say we've been tasked to create an open world Spider-Man game, right? So let's, and I'm using Spider-Man in particular because he is such a strong character identity. Like the who am I is very much defined. And from there we can start to break out some features. So, okay, he fights criminals. He web swings around the city, and he protects citizens, right? We can also start to get some attributes, right, that describe us how he does these actions. He's athletic, he's friendly, and he has superhuman strength. So now we can think about, okay, so he fights criminals athletically, but he's also friendly about it, and then knocks them about because he's super strong, right? But let's say we take this back through our initial vision and say one of our pillars was actually post-apocalyptic. How does that change? Well, now we're in a post-apocalyptic world. When he fights criminals, we can now start to explore different types of criminals. Maybe we have zombies and other mutated beasts or whatever. He web swings around the city, but maybe it's a limited resource now. How does that affect moving through this space? Do we have now added new airborne challenges? Maybe have to avoid debris and such. When he protects civilians, what's the world sim like? Is everyone going about doing their daily things, or are they in more little, smaller enclaves? And also, are people friendly? Are there, mean people? And does this even work? I guess this is a tonal question. How does this all fit together in the fantasy of Spider-Man? Let's just say this game is The Spider of Us, Man. It's just a working title. Right, prototyping. Let's see what am I on? Okay. All right, so there's two types of prototyping I think people usually agree on. Like, we've got a paper prototype, just build a little system through cards or a board game, maybe working on spreadsheets and theoretical documentation. But personally, I much prefer to work in-game, in software. Let's build these systems, maybe a little game jam, or you create a little test bed, excuse me, and build it within the game world. This gives us a bit more kind of a connection to the actual play experience, and also seeing how like all the features kind of are starting to fit together. So initial goals, right? So building your foundations. So this is like all the baseline tech that you need to be able to start creating and prototyping on top of. Creating a space for designers to experiment. And this is both like emotionally and also physically. So by that I mean you want to be able to explore questions kind of freely, so that the team understands the expectations of what it is that we're doing. You know, you're going to likely have a lot of placeholder assets in the game, in the build, and that kind of needs to be clear that, you know, this is not final. We're still kind of building on it all. And risk reduction. So now we can start to think, you know, what are the things that we all identified as risks? Have we figured out maybe we need to cut certain features and such? Yeah, and how we scope up. How do we actually make this game? And finally, it's primarily so that we can start to sell the ideas to the team. You know, maybe certain features didn't quite click or weren't very clear in the initial concept phase. Well, now we have a working example that we can show the team and help kind of inspire and build on. So let's say you're building an open world from scratch, and this is kind of this is an interesting topic because there have been a huge amounts of new studios coming out these days, and it's so much easier to be able to build a game when you have legacy. But if you don't, you have to think about the foundations. Like, how do we start from something into, you know, a cohesive experience? So I put some words down to kind of give you an idea of the systems we need to build first. So a big one, streaming. Like, how do we stream the world in and deal with LODs, all that stuff. The world sim, like, do you even have a world sim in this game? Is there people walking around doing stuff? I mean, not all open world games do, and that's very much just down to choice of what fits in that world. Animation, very straightforward. AI and audio, right? And then on top of that, you've got your design feature set, I guess you could say. So you player mechanics, how you deliver content to the players. This could be, you know, in terms of missions and side content, the design of the world, and then miscellaneous unanswered questions. Right. So let's say we break down our 4 key design elements. So we break them down, turn them into a bunch of features, we prioritize them, and depending on the team size, perhaps you can do multiple features at once. But yeah. So let's come back to the Spider-Man of us, and he's in the wrong city. Oh, off he goes. Here we are. All right, he's back. Right, okay, so just to recap, here's a bunch of the things we established earlier, the mechanics and stuff we want to explore. So how do we dig deeper into this? So let's say we want to work out the combat. So maybe we start with combat design. And this then influences the animation system, physics, and UI, 3Cs, progression, which then can help you inform enemy AI, enemy combat, and the different types of enemies you'll be encountering. And then we've got traversal, right? traversal design also influences animation system physics. I mean, you'll see there's a lot of things that kind of cross over between these to really emphasize how much the fundamentals are very, very helpful in building up a prototype. So streaming, city streaming, NPCs, LODs, shadows, lighting, reflections. I mean, you may not necessarily have all of these features when you first start prototyping, but at least they can start answering these questions. Like, how fast am I going to be moving through the city? What's the max speed? How does that affect the streaming? How does it affect the shadows, the lighting, and so on? And content delivery. World sim. How do people exist in this world? Do they spawn in, obviously, or you know, how do they go about their daily lives? Do you have ambient stories to tell with these AI world sim in the world? Do you have like templates of how a mission is structured or side content? Scripted missions. I already mentioned that. Oh, yep. Great. And then finally, does it all fit? Right, so tone. So you've got a superhero action in a post-apocalyptic world. What are the contradictions that kind of brings to light, you know? I mean, he's a very light-hearted character in a grim world. Does that even fit? Maybe, you know, maybe you do it too frequently. Kind of understand the kind of the pacing that you need to hit your narrative goals. And this kind of helps us establish some rules, right? So what's the rules that kind of pushes our storytelling to the edges, right? Where do we start breaking tone, and where can we start pushing in to give a more cohesive experience? Right, iteration. So, as I mentioned before, so we set out a bunch of questions we're asking ourselves. Does it meet our expectations? Is it fun? Or is it not fun? That could also be an expectation that you go into. Does it answer the questions that we've set out? So you want to be able to create space in your processes that allow you to iterate and have a overview of what it is you're doing, but also be able to change and plan for it. Because there's going to be a lot of change, and often you'll see more of the game as you make it, if that makes sense. Like, the further down the line you start realizing features and putting it in your hands, you might come up with new ideas and new ways to build things. And I think having that space and the understanding that comes with time, you can kind of plan for it. Being honest but kind. I think this is kind of connected to kind of team building. So we want to create a space that allows us to be honest about, like, be critical about the things that you're making, but in a kind way that, you know, we can all work towards. And part of this is challenging your own instincts. So maybe you are instinctually like designing things a particular way, but sometimes you want to be able to look back at the work, your own work, and be honest with the feedback. Failing still gives you an answer. You know, I don't necessarily like to use the word failing, because even if you realize something isn't going in the direction that you want it to, that is still something that you can learn from. And I think any kind of learning experience, you can't really call failure in my mind. And this kind of helps us see the full potential. Yeah. So just some quick pitfalls that you know, I have experienced myself and learned from others. So scope creep. Perhaps you have a feature that you're working on, and suddenly more and more and more gets added to it over time, and then it becomes too big. You can't take a step away from it and, you know, build it down, because it's just gotten over scoped, which means it can be difficult to optimize. Maybe you can't then move it into code. Perhaps it's this huge spider web of blueprints. So I think, you know, being aware that this could happen kind of allows you to, take a step back. Getting tunnel vision. seeking perfection. You know, you may be too focused on making things look amazing and great that you're not spending the time to get the accurate feedback that you need. And that can just end up blocking yourself and others. Maybe you're working on a feature that only really works in isolation. You always want to be able to integrate it back into your main game to see if it works together. And finally, only works on paper. So this is a big one for design. Like, frequently you want to be able to write stuff down on paper, but you want to be able to test to see if it works in-game, primarily. And beyond. So this is kind of how I would kind of picture how the future. This is how it makes sense in my mind. So if you have like 2 dots, one is the concept, and then you have prototype. You can draw a line between them, and then further, right? So kind of like if you were to imagine like you're buying a new house, or you're renting, or whatever, and you're going around, and you're looking at the different rooms, and you're thinking, oh, I could do this, I could do that. It's identifying the potential that your prototype and the concepts have established. That kind of helps you see, where is it that we're going to? Beyond part 2, let's run through this fairly quickly. Prototyping doesn't really have a particular stage of development. I mean, other than perhaps like when you're at like content lock and you want to get the game out, people want to stop there. But you want to try and keep prototyping throughout. As you start to learn more about the game, you might end up asking more questions about, oh, does this new feature work? Or maybe you've just come up with this new idea. Try and create space to keep prototyping. Make more prototypes within the engine. Placeholders should be clear. This is a tricky one because you want to be able to make sure your prototype works first and foremost, but also if you spend too much time making sure a placeholder asset looks just good enough, then it may get overlooked and then end up in the final game, which might be something you want to avoid. Which, I mean, comes down to having regular syncs with the team, you know, making sure that we're all working towards the bigger picture. And keep checking against your initial concepts, making sure that you're nailing all your original pillars and concepts. Right. And that's me. Thank you all for coming. I guess do you have time for Q&A? Then, yeah, we'll have a quick Q&A.
Thanks for the great talk. As a company, when you're saying, okay, let's build a new game, how much spread are you actually having in your concepts and prototypes? Like, how many different concepts and prototypes do you build, and how different are they to each other?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if I'm the best to answer this, because in my case, it's very much been, here's the game that we want to make, let's try and make it. As opposed to, like, here's a few ideas, let's try and find what combination of things work. Yeah. So unfortunately, I don't have the right answer for you that one.
Hiya. So if you were pressed to put a percentage on it, what sort of percentage of time would you spend concepting and prototyping before locking the design and then finalizing production?
I don't really want to be able to give a percentage because it's very much depending on like the game that you're making. I kind of view like game development as being kind of like a live being that has its own kind of wants and needs, and so each game kind of has its own percentage of what you might want to. It's like ideally pie in the sky. It's as much time as you need in order to be able to understand the mechanics. Obviously, that's not always going to be reality. So it's just being smart about how you prioritize things, I think, and make sure you hit all the kind of core things that you need, and then maybe look at extras afterwards, perhaps. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Hi, great talk.
Thank you.
I have a question about prototyping. Obviously, when you're prototyping, you want to try and build something as quickly as possible with just like enough of a quality bar to answer your question. Well, sometimes what happens is that that code and that work actually lives on.
Yeah.
And then you have problems down the line where you actually wanted a higher quality bar, but now you have some tech debt. So should prototypes always be throwaway? Is that the best in your experience? Should everyone know that that's out the window? Or what's like a good balance?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you expect that that's potentially going to happen, then I think at least like think about how you might like build a system for what it is you're doing. Like it's kind of the inevitability of like prototyping, like things like this happen. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think that's as best I can say, really.
I've just got another short one.
Yeah, no worries.
And it's that like when you were talking about the who in characters, there's like I see kind of two types. There's like the anonymous mute dude that you create, and it kind of plugs into the world, and there's the other one like very well defined, has a name, has a history.
Right.
How do you make that decision, and how does that impact the rest of the game design process?
That's a really good question. I think so. I guess to answer that, firstly is like, even if you have like a quote-unquote anonymous mute character, they still have a representation, right? If you take like Link from Zelda, he may not necessarily anonymous, but he's a mute, and he exists to put yourself in the character. But like we, as the lore of the game, we understand that he's the hero of time. He has all these abilities. Like you can start building on top of this archetype, right? And even in that Skyrim example I gave, you know, your Dovahkiin, Dragonborn. So once you attach some like lore to the character, you can start to do that process of understanding what those mechanics can be with that character. So in that case, in terms of which is better or which would you want to do, I think it just depends on like what are your overall goals. Do you want like character creation to be a huge part of your game? I mean, it would be strange to play a game like Elden Ring with a predefined character. You know, it just fits the fantasy that you're selling there. No worries.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm just going to simply ask this. Is there such a thing as a bad prototype for testing? Like the prototype that will not yield good results?
Yeah. I guess there is, potentially. It's maybe like inefficient. I don't know if it's simply just a way of thinking about it from a wording standpoint, that it's like, may not be bad, but maybe inefficient, right?
Have you ever had experience where you like prepped a prototype, gave it for testing, and you didn't get the feedback that you were looking for, and then you kind of identified some things that maybe you left unfinished, or some mistakes you made, maybe players focused on the wrong things, things like that? Like, how can you tell if the prototype is ready? Because we should test and get feedback, but if you rush it, I feel like there could be some inefficiencies there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me have a think about that one. Do I have any examples? I'm not sure I have any particular examples, but I guess I could say that, like, I would say, like, in my case, I'm probably my most harshest critic. So, like, as I'm building something, I tend to be, like, I try to be very aware of the problems that's arising. So I think as a designer, you have to be on top of your own like stuff, right? And as you start to identify that, oh, this isn't really working out, you have to reach out and just talk to people and kind of, part of the whole team building thing, right? Like, it's so much more helpful if like other team members are understanding of that. Like, maybe you spent a week on a thing and you start thinking, oh, this doesn't work. This person I can reach out to this person and they can help me understand this thing better. Or, yeah. Hopefully that helps.
Hi.
Hello.
In your opinion, how would you fit open world systems into a 2D platforming environment?
Ooh. That's a very good question. I think it's the same as like any game, really. Like, I guess like freedom is like such a big thing when it comes to like 3D space, right? I think that's the first thing you'd want to have a look at is how do I then take if I'm moving just 2D on a 2D plane, how do I make an expansive world in that space? Maybe it's like 2.5D and you can go up and down, or you've got different like layers of it or something. I mean, I suppose like a lot of Metroidvania games kind of touch on like open world concepts within a 2D space. So yeah, I think world design is perhaps the first place to look at, and then maybe mechanics of how you move around and all that.
Sorry, another one from me.
No worries.
You mentioned the word pillar, which made me wonder if you do come up with design pillars at the beginning. And I mean, I make indie games rather than the sort of AAA games. And one of the design pillars we would have would be the emotion of the player, or the feeling we want to engender in the player.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's a factor in the way you design
Absolutely,
games.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that kind of goes into like the tone piece as well. Like, what's the expression of the game? And I think it's clear to like think of it from a wide scope as well, because you may not necessarily have the same emotion throughout the whole experience, but also like at what points do we have certain emotions, and how does that kind of the peaks and troughs of that? Yeah, it's absolutely a big impact for sure.
Okay, test. Okay, last one. What are your thoughts on fast travel? Is it immersion breaking? And like, how do you compare the thing that we have like in Morrowind, for example, versus Skyrim, where it's like a menu thing where you just totally get out of the experience in Morrowind, which is more like inside of the lore?
Yeah. I think it's very dependent on what you're trying to do with the fast travel system. Like, I think you can be really smart about it. Like, I think Spider-Man does a really good fast travel by going into the subway and then you come out of the subway. I think that's quite a clever way of kind of adding some narrative to the fast travel. Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I think there is some element of like just menu-driven fast travel does take away some of the experience, but I think it's very much just like how you prioritize your features. Like, is it a big thing for you to be able to do that, to be able to release the game? Some may say no, and I think it just depends on what you think is more important to the experience. Is that it? Looks like that's it. Great. Well, thank you so much for coming. And I hope you have the good rest of your reboot.
Yeah.
dangerous journeys into modern times.
falcon. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Their anarchy is loosed upon the world. Blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere. The ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image, out of spiritus mundi, troubles my sight somewhere in the sands of the desert. A shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it, real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again, but I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep will vex tonight man by a rocking cradle. And what will a feast? Its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born.
A lot of stuff, often at the same time. This talk is titled How to Develop 7 Games at Once. Please don't do this because I speak from personal experience. Right now, my studio, Strange Scaffold, is making 7 games at once. Our mandate for this, the way we justify to ourselves that we should be doing this, is that we want to make games better, faster, cheaper, and healthier than the industry assumes is possible. And to do that, you have to try a lot of things and make a lot of things. We hit our peak of 9 games last year. We're now down to 7. And if God is merciful, this will never happen again. I've worked on over 70 games in the past 7 years in a variety of capacities, from writer to designer to producer to biz dev and design and beyond. Alongside all of that, I also run a small studio called Strange Scaffold. We're a little over 70 people now, working on 7 simultaneous projects, and you might know us for things like Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator, an airport for aliens currently run by dogs, or Sunshine Shuffle, a game about a group of adorable animals who robbed a bank 12 years ago. And now I'll tell you how and why they did it so they don't get executed by the mafia. Also, they let you decorate their boat. It's Animal Crossing meets Poker Night at the Inventory. In a previous life, I was a journalist. Did a lot of things, including being a columnist for PC Gamer magazine for 2 years. I have work in print and in tabletop RPGs. I write for comics. I've had the fortune to go around the world presenting things in somewhat similar outfits and wearing Jeff Goldblum masks in the forest. I had drank Red Bull for the first time and hunted a Polish man inside of a hotel. I got paid for that, so like, I've had a uniquely holistic, comprehensive experience of what it means to make a video game at a variety of scales, with a variety of creative goals. And the reason I have been relentlessly pursuing this catalog of creativity is because I wanted to show that I could do anything at any time. If I had not worked in a genre before, or if I was trying to get hired for a genre, I had either worked in the genre already, or I was doing so now. I pursued all of this because I didn't know whether or not I'd be able to make anything at all. I don't come from money. My parents got married in Las Vegas. My mom was already pregnant with me. She couldn't stop laughing during the ceremony, and their version of a honeymoon was walking the Vegas Strip looking for change and talking softly about what their lives might become before going back to a motel room with a blood-stained mattress that they shoved into the closet and tried not to think about what it would be. Then my dad joined the military without telling my mom to try to give his family a better life. And she was understandably perturbed. But then she went to a military base for the first time, and she said it looked like a Norman Rockwell painting. There were kids just riding bikes along the sidewalk, and she said, this is what we can do for our family. And for 20 years, I watched my dad sacrifice to give his family things that he couldn't: safety, stability, the ability to pursue their dreams and survive. When I was 12 years old, having this foundation of safety, being poor but not knowing it, I learned that games journalists get games for free, and I was like, career safety, this is the best job ever. And so I pretended to be an adult on the internet so I could get my first jobs. I don't know what it says about our industry that it worked, but here I am in beautiful, currently not sunny Dubrovnik, Croatia. And from that foundation, I worked and I worked and I worked. And at 18, my dad helped me set up my first bank account. He put $1,000 into checking, $1,000 into savings, and said, this is what I can give you. Make a life with it. And I spent several years trying to do just that. Not just working on a bunch of things in a freelance capacity, not just pursuing multiple streams of revenue, also known as side hustles at the same time, but just in general, trying to learn voraciously so I could understand how and why games are produced and find a future where I could keep doing this, not for the next 3 years, but for the next 30, 40, 50. Have the kind of career that I'd seen in other mediums and had not had the opportunity to perceive within video games. Because we've got elders in the medium. We've got people who have managed to survive and have had massive influence and are still here. but often they don't get to express the same creativity in the same way that, for example, Martin Scorsese gets to do in film. Is Martin Scorsese an outlier? Yes. Am I scared that I'm mispronouncing Martin Scorsese? Absolutely. But also, many of the people who, maybe even just 10 years ago, changed the way we see video games forever do not get to continue to participate in industry the same way that they used to because of our patterns of production. So I looked into business models, into distribution patterns, trying to understand how I could address this. And what I came to was, video games is in a really unique place right now. We have a variety of ways to sell our games and to reach players directly. With $100, you can be on Steam right next to Grand Theft Auto 5, and the chances of you selling as much as Grand Theft Auto 5 are 0. But you can be there, which is unprecedented. You can reach players directly through things like social media. You have in your hands direct distribution and the ability to reach an audience that they don't care if the game is associated with a brand that they've heard of or if it's from a developer that they know. They care about if the game is cool and if they've had the chance to hear about it. Right now, video games have the opportunity, with the tools in our hands and the methods of reach that we have, to be the most sustainable, profitable, and wildly creative industry currently active today. I took this to people I trusted and respected, and still do within the space, and I said, right now, you can make a $5,000 video game and have that recoup its costs very quickly and reach the world. Like, can I do that? Am I allowed to do that? And they said that was not feasible or possible. And I've spent the past 4 years with Strange Scaffold proving them wrong. And this is not a story of me proving the haters wrong and knowing how to do things. I am where I am now because of a relentless, in some cases, undeserved amount of advocacy, access, support, and advice that I've received from a multitude of people. The people who told me that the $5,000 video game, or that this idea of pursuing small, focused ways of reaching players consistently, that it wasn't possible, were just speaking from industry best practices. And the thing about industry best practices is that they are, to a degree, let's say about 80% correct even. But that 80% correct is based on you sharing the same values, goals, and production processes as the precedents currently available upon the market. They're based upon assumptions, really, because the current assumptions of the video games industry as it currently operates is that if you have a larger budget and a longer timeline and space for massive iteration, whether it's post-launch or pre-launch, your game can and will be a hit. And all of us can instantly think of times where a massive budget did not result in a video game that survived. A long timeline resulted in a video game that disappointed its creators and its fans. A massive iteration cycle, constant change, either resulted in the death of a studio or the non-survival again of a player base who could not even keep up with the people making their favorite media. But enough people have survived and have succeeded to brilliant stratospheric heights that we say a bigger budget, a longer timeline, and massive iteration results in a better game. Larger chances of a game that can really make an impact, really change something, really set up a studio for life. The thing is, if we take the one outlier and then base all of our business models on it, that is not a business model, that's gambling. It is narrativizing in hindsight. We say this game was always destined to be a success, and this game was always destined to be a failure, but only because of the final results. That's like winning the lottery and saying it happened because God loved you. You don't tip people when you're in America. God doesn't love you. You're a wrong person. You're doing some evil shit. Just because you won the lottery doesn't mean you're good. Doesn't mean your processes are good. And that is what we do in video games. That is the story we tell. If massive profit occurs, the failures of process accompanying it do not matter. We promote people who have perhaps even bitterly disappointed and failed the people who worked for and around them because the game was a hit. Acknowledging that delay after delay occurred, acknowledging that massive overspending occurred, acknowledging that the project in the way it was run was wrong, but it did make several $100 million. So we're going to turn it into an HBO show. I'm not talking about anything in particular. One of my favorite things of all time is Bernie Mac making his debut at the Def Comedy Jam saying, "I'm not scared of you motherfuckers. Let's talk about Neil fucking Druckmann," right? The Last of Us is a product of an incredible studio with an immense number of talented creators working inside of it. The same year, it won award after award after award. Several exposés come out talking about how the way it was made destroyed the people within it. And rather than confronting those issues of process, we see the cycle beginning to spin up and start again. That's where the industry is at. It's resulted in one of the quotes I hate most being propagated across the medium. I've heard this in AAA boardrooms, and I've heard this on tiny student teams. Commonly attributed to Shigeru Miyamoto, a delayed game will be good, but a rushed game is forever bad. It removes all context. Because of course you can say that, you're Shigeru Miyamoto! I talk to developers and publishers all of the time, sharing information, figuring out moves and strategy. When we walk into deals, most developers and publishers I speak to are expecting the game to be delayed by 1 to 3 years before they sign the paper. That's not reflected on the milestone schedule, but it's the expectation. We know that making games is hard. We know that despite massive improvements of technology, we are making more complicated games than ever. I remember when the PC version and the PS2 version of a game would be made by different studios. Now, we put the same game on the Nintendo Switch the same day that it comes out on the PS5. This is unprecedented and amazing. But also, we are not acknowledging the human cost of this massive innovation and updating our conversation around the culture of games to accommodate for this. A rushed game is forever bad. Depends on your definition of rushed. And so, to avoid risk, we keep piling risk upon projects, taking even just say a team of a couple hundred and put risk upon risk upon risk upon risk in this Jenga tower. And we feel good because there's a tower there, not confronting the fact that we don't have to build that tower in the first place. The assumptions that I confronted before starting my studio and continue to confront today, the galaxy-brained thinking that results in all of my friends everywhere being stressed because they don't know if they'll get the next payment from the publisher. And the publisher is concerned because all their 2023 games were supposed to come out in 2021 and 2022 and sometimes 2020. But we create this hell for ourselves. For a medium built on designing experiences, we understand that if you calibrate one number differently, You change the player's experience, but we don't apply that same thinking to our production processes. We create cycles, we create systems, they result in outcomes. It results in studios in an industry that is making more money than ever, where things are less consistent than ever, and everyone is unhappy and fundamentally afraid. We're coming into a recession with record profits from the pandemic, terrified, pitching our eyeballs out because we don't know if we're going to survive. And this reflects the value from which we're building our systems. We create processes that uphold and carry forward the values that we hold, which means that our processes are the result of our values. In this case, the result of values of our chosen medium. I'm going to figure out the distance I can go on this stage real quick. So, it seems really simple when put this way, but when you realize that the values we have result in our processes, you can start to create a diagnosis and perhaps to institute change, because if you're seeing processes you don't like, it means that you're either not upholding the values that you do or that your values are busted. If you change your processes, you change your projects. You change your ability to survive. You impact the world around you. And then you see how that propagates it to every single person you work with as they do the same. This is what's available to us in games right now. And to a major degree, we aren't doing it because we're a young medium, we say, until it comes time to question how we develop a video game, how we publish a video game, what that's intended to do and create and put into the world. Then we know what we're doing, and that'll be real weird if we just stepped outside of the established conventions. It doesn't make sense. Video games are filled with the kindest, most skilled, thoughtful people I know. People of massive intelligence and with a capacity to think not just for themselves and their peers, but for their players. And they don't get to use that knowledge on an institutional level as they walk in lockstep towards self-destruction. So how do I develop 7 games at once? I built an entire structure to do just that. The operational value of Strange Scaffold is survival. I want to make sure I stick around because I don't know if I have a safety net. I don't know if I'm going to have a weird encounter with a cop and not be able to make video games the next day. So I don't feel comfortable buying into the process of making one game for 5 years and hoping everything turns out. I've got a limited time on this earth. We all do. So I want to make beautiful, fantastic games today. And I want to create that ability for the people around me. If our operational value is survival and everything flows from that, if I take my resources and capacity, not being a person who comes from money, being a person who's neurodivergent, I like task switching. Being stuck in a room with one game for 5 years sounds like my idea of hell. If I confront all of that intentionally, I can build structures that take my strengths and take my weaknesses and meaningfully, empathetically build processes to mean that I can consistently make incredible video games. The studio structure is built to allow for basically ethical authorship is the ideal, empowering the people I work with to make great things and to be empowered in specific areas as we pursue a very specific vision. Pretty much every asset that gets made for a Strange Scaffold game ships in the final game to the purpose it was originally commissioned for, which is almost unheard of. We are making very large things for quite small amounts of money. We work with contractors and we give them advance notice and expectations and we tell them what role they serve in the wider project and we credit them relentlessly. And we give them freedom and in fact encourage them, sometimes finding them positions in other studios to make sure that they have multiple sources of support because we don't know what project is going to get canned. What successful studio wasn't just successful enough to be kept open? Strange Scaffold is confronting that landscape in a very specific, intentional way based upon who we are and what we want to make. And that means that there's games we don't make because it doesn't fit this structure. That means there's people who we don't hire because they wouldn't be a good fit. There's things I do not do in my personal life because it would not align with the values that I present. We have a hub and spoke organization. I personally manage 70 plus people, not including external partners, because I am, with that hub and spoke, supported by this axle of what we call an infrastructure team. People, a production team organized in a different way to accommodate the things we want to make and how we want to make them. Making sure just like a project we wish to be holistic, how is the production process built to be holistic? So this infrastructure team, they support me. They support the teams. We're constantly having conversations about how we improve process, because if our processes are consistent and we fail, we can iterate. If our processes are consistent and it fails, it might not have been our fault, and we can continue down a successful track. We can actually meaningfully make video games that are better than the previous ones and stronger than the previous ones, even with personnel turnover. And this, again, is just coming from a holistic recognition of what we need and how we need it and what we want to bring into the world. Every project and process is interrogated to ensure that it matches our vision and strategy. Because the strategy and vision, even if you don't have a bestseller hit, might not be the problem. It might have just been a roll of the dice. And Strange Scaffold is built to make sure that we have as many rolls of the dice as possible. I contract as well as do stuff for my studio. I say that I work part-time for my studio. I don't. I don't think most founders do. But if all of our games sell no copies tomorrow, I can still take care of the 2 cats that my sister told me. So she's teaching science at NASA Space Camp, and she said, will you take care of them for the summer? And I was like, yeah, sure. And then she left, and she's like, oh, I'm also going to grad school. So I just got cats for 2 or 3 years. Yeah, thank you for that woo. I don't feel that inside, because they started to teach each other how to do weird things. I see doors open that shouldn't be open. They learn to project their voices at night. It's distressing. But I don't know how I started talking about my sister and my cats. But the values I have, my circumstances, everything that we're doing ties into that central strategy in a holistic way. How do you develop 7 games at once, given that context and that precedent? You probably shouldn't. Maybe. When I talk to people personally, one-on-one, I don't think that we lack introspection in our modern world. We have more resources to support each other and to recognize who we are, how we ideally create, and how we ideally function in a personal level and on a corporate level in general. Those resources are available. I see more people exercise it than ever. I talk to people, they tell me what projects would make them happy and what processes make them sad. What processes mean that they cannot do good work. We know this. I talk to those people and I say, cool, so you don't want to make one game for 5 years. What are you pitching? It's a $3 million project. It'll be coming out in 2028. What sense does that make? Of course you have to operate within the structures that you're within. We all have to pay our bills. But to intentionally embark on routes and processes that we know are broken before we even start the first step. It is no wonder that we are dealing with existential and financial whiplash in our industry right now, because we're making more money than ever and losing our gosh dang minds because the things we're doing don't make sense. And when we succeed, we can't repeat it and we can't explain it, and it doesn't make sense. And when we fail, we did all the things we were supposed to, right? We paid a person on TikTok to talk about the game. Why didn't the game sell? We can't operate in a land of madness and then expect to model consistency. So I remember this now. I contract with cats. I contract for the cats because my sister doesn't pay for them either. And I do that so I can pay my bills no matter how the games do. And then the games also sell. And I also co-develop the titles because our operational value is survival. This is how I make my way. And you knowing yourself, you have dream projects. I think you can look at those things and look at who you are and what you value and identify which of those dream projects, as cool of an idea as they are, they might not be the idea for you to make. You can identify the type of studio that you might want to work for, and ahead of time, even just reading news reports, say, that's a prestigious name, but it wouldn't make me happy. I've worked jobs where I was doing 5 hours a week and I nearly burnt out of the industry. I've worked jobs where I was doing 60 plus hours a week and I was feeling just fine. A lot of it is because of the processes and the existential horrors I was exposed to. And the more intentionally I confront those things, the smaller the pool of money becomes. Because it looks like there's a sea of money. Simultaneously, as we're talking about recession, I'm still hearing about games getting signed and about new investors and publishers coming into the scene. But there's like, if I'm being honest with myself and what my studio needs and what I need, that pool that is actually for me is actually really small, or might be outside of the pool entirely in a different field. If I don't take that seriously, and I sign the $10 million deal, the $2 million deal, unless it takes a very specific form, my studio dies. You know what you need. If you make games counter to that, stepping into it intentionally, you can survive for a period of time. But long-term survival, you have to live with yourself. And we are subject to the structures that we exist within. But if the structure does not value us, if the structure does not prioritize our survival and its values, we must value each other. We must create the healthy environment that we lack. Pockets of valid, viable soil in the desert. The outliers in video games, either in terms of marginalized developers or in terms of studios that have succeeded or in terms of hit games, are not show-out successes. They're indictments of an industry when that flower in the desert is surrounded by burnt-out plants. Things that should have worked. Things that continued along the exact same pattern. Your pattern does not work if one thing out of 100 lives. That thing worked that time. And there is something that needs to be confronted. The more we align our projects and the perspective of our studios with what we need, with what our collaborators need, and with what we bring into the world, the better our games become, the stronger our production cycles become, the better we can sleep at night. Because we aren't forced to exist within the exact alignment with things that are slowly killing us. So keeping this in mind, we get to explore new territories. Like, what games can you make with very specific processes? Dwarf Fortress gets to be Dwarf Fortress because, for the most part, two brothers worked by themselves on a game for like 20 years. And they found collaborators in Kitfox, and they've done really cool stuff with the Steam release. But you don't get Dwarf Fortress any other way. An Airport for Aliens, currently run by dogs, is a open-world stock photo comedy adventure game. You can play that thing for 20 hours. In any other structure outside of Strange Scaffold, that game probably doesn't exist, let alone be profitable. We were talking to publishers. And I looked at the deals, and the deals didn't make sense. I looked at what they might have wanted from the project, and it didn't make sense. And at the end of the day, we had a profitable project, but it felt lonely as hell. Because I could explain all the reasons it made sense, and the people could agree with me on a human level, and then say, on an industry level though, that isn't the way things are done. But we know the way things are done isn't working. So we got to change it, or die. If you have the energy for questions, I'll be taking, and I've left a lot of space open for questions. Is there a process for question taking, or how's that working? Yes. Please. There's a microphone coming on.
Testing. Oh, there we go. With such a wide range of collaborators and people who have worked on your games that you've worked with, I assume many of which are different in different countries, how do you deal with or wrestle with the legal or payment infrastructure challenges of just doing that, dealing with the differences with how business has to be done in various countries, and even just differences in negotiation processes between different subsectors of gaming?
There's two big things that have contributed to that for Strange Scaffold. The first is being very, very careful, asking a lot of questions, receiving, again, a lot of support from a variety of people inside and outside of what we call the constellation model that we've constructed. The second one is honestly an active, constant learning process on my side. I'm constantly trying to learn the vocabulary and the processes of other mediums and industries and subsets of games so that I can speak that language and understand where their concerns are, and potentially even address them before it becomes time to sign a contract. Have it already embedded in the contract itself. Anyone else? We got a question back there.
Hi, thanks for your speech, first of all.
Thank you.
I have a question about your personal opinion on the hierarchies of processes. Do you believe there is a set standard of what goes first and down the line, or do you act intuitively?
Are you talking about things like vertical slice and so on and so forth?
Probably more like the engineering side, the actual building of the games. Like, do you put more focus or more importance on specific genres or specific processes that have to be done in order to build the game?
So, if I understand your question correctly, you're asking about what order we build our games in? Is that right?
More in a way of the creativity from, let's just say, like the artistic side or the creative writing side or audio. Do you have set standards and like a hierarchy as to what would you do first in order to then inspire the rest of the team?
Okay, yeah. What you establish as a foundation to build the rest of the game from. Each project is different, honestly. And we try to be very intentional with that. We do a lot of fact-finding and information gathering with other studios working in the same genre. we look at the resources we have and the tools we've already built and work from that basis. And one big thing that comes up is we talk a lot about the tools of how both how a thing will be executed upon, as well as the tools that will be needed to make it before we even make it. For Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator, one of our most successful titles to date, its game design document looks pretty much identical to the game that we shipped, which again is not very common in video games. And a lot of that is not because I'm like a super genius designer or something. It's because we had a fantastic team of people like Sam Chiat and Ben Chandler and Julia Minamata and this just like host of people, RJ Lake and so on, who as the project concept was brought forward, I then said, okay, how exactly does this work and how does it all fit together? And each piece of it from the engineering side, I said, hey, how would this be built? He said, okay, we can make the organs in your cargo hold. It can work like Tetris, or it can just be one, and each organ can have a different space that it takes up, or it can just be one space. And we talked about that conversation before a single line of code ever got written. And it meant that when we did put down, or rather when we did put fingers to keyboards and started to use our tools, the things we built worked from the beginning in the way that they were intended to, because we didn't just say, we want to make a game about trading organs, let's figure that out. We asked those hard questions ahead of time, and there was a 2-week production delay before we started production, where I'd gathered the entire team, they were all in the same Discord server, we were ready to work, but I said we need to know exactly what we're building first, and that it is feasible and sustainable and fits our model. There have been times that we've been unpleasantly surprised. It happens on every dev cycle, but we're substantially protected from that because our processes are so, because our production cycles are so direction heavy, vision heavy, and process oriented.
Thank you. That's perfectly answered. Thank you.
Glad to hear it. Thank you. Any other questions?
So as a people manager, when you've got employees coming from different backgrounds who might be coming to work with you with unhealthy work habits, how do you keep yourself accountable or kind of deal with that to make sure things remain healthy and that you're surviving in a sustainable way without, well, yeah.
Sometimes sometimes it's a process of careful management and really precise, almost like unpacking of their trauma and what led them to where they are, to get either the healthiest version of what they're now comfortable with or to reorient their process. Sometimes it's been actually what we call a rehabilitation method, which is a second thing where we had a contractor we were working with who, the way that they used to solve problems was that they would crunch on a thing until it was done. Outside of our studio, we had done a lot, so inside of our studio, we had done a lot to make sure that they had carefully managed precise workflows. We noticed that their work started to come in later and later and not be as fit to purpose as it used to be. It turns out that they had, outside of the studio, started to spin up projects and be working with other teams. And to get them finished sooner, they started crunching on all of them simultaneously. So they had 3 simultaneous projects that they were crunching on outside of the studio, which was impacting not just their ability to work, but to live. We caught them on the verge of that. And we wanted to keep working with them, so we said, hey, we're gonna create a space for you in the studio where you can do a very precise thing to basically rehabilitate your ability to work, because otherwise you're gonna be too burnt out to make video games at all. And in some cases, we fired them. Because I think the term I used with one person was, I cannot be complicit in how you make things. They made incredible work. We really value working with them. I would happily recommend them any day to a person who does fit with their processes, but they would do the equivalent of 3 months' work in 1 week and then ghost. And when all those stuff came in at the same time, I had to crunch to fact check all of it, and other people on the team had to crunch to work around it. And I just saw this domino effect chain. And I was like, we can't keep working together, but I do wish you well. So again, it's for strange scaffold structure at least, it's highly individualized, and sometimes we can't keep working with a person. And sometimes we aren't the best for the fit for the person either, and I'll be very transparent about that.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I wanted to actually briefly say thanks, because this idea of calling out certain companies, and I don't mean in a confrontational way, but like we've got Naughty Dog and there's a variety of other companies and projects which are highly esteemed. You know, they're successful in their games we love, and I'm thinking things like games by Rockstar. We've got Shadow of the Colossus, you know, and The Last of Us, that Naughty Dog studio and all that. They make great products, but there's a lot left to be desired in their processes. However, you know, people take the wrong lessons from a lot of these things, and the same with things like Stardew Valley. You know, people like the success stories. Now, my partner and I feel it's almost ethically a duty to try and correct people and understand about things like work-life balance and about processes, and, you know, hating the attitude, oh, well, we must do things this way because they've always been done this way, you know, that kind of attitude. But I mean, how do we go around, or what's the best way of attacking this? Like, you know, I can think of, we talk to a lot of graduates trying to change their expectations of the industry and how they can look after themselves more. You've set up your own company, which is going to create a culture. Should we be, you know, what's the most productive and efficient way of trying to change this culture that I think in a lot of cases is abusive in companies, you know, because they care about the money and less about the process and having integrity about the product?
The first thing I'll call out is that we often inside of these companies, so we've already said the name, let's say Naughty Dog, right? There's a lot of people inside Naughty Dog who care about the processes at Naughty Dog being better. And this is no slight to their creative efforts or either what they put into the world or how they've made it. But the valorization, I think, as you've identified, is one of the core issues, where because one studio took 8 years to make a hit game, if you are not making a game that takes 8 years to build, there is an impression that, can it be a hit game? Like, because it took them 8 years, so that's, it becomes again, sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I think really being open about context for all of these things is necessary both for industry people as well as players. Players knowing what goes into porting a video game and how sometimes, we already talked about how ports are difficult, but more specific mechanics of how, for example, launching to hit multiple games, multiple platforms at launch impacts everything. You've gone from tacking on, say, a week to the end of your dev cycle to 2 or 3 months to make sure that all of the boxes are checked for all of the platforms at the same time, and then that they go open at the same time, because all of them have different rates. Steam has a mandatory 7-day window when you list something on the store before you can actually release it. So if you are, say, a first-time developer trying to shadow drop a game, and you don't know this because you've never worked with Steam before, that can be devastating to your plans. Maybe stuff that you've built your entire dev cycle around. So it will help with appreciation for players. I've seen that impact as I talk about this more transparently on our side, and it does help industry to take, for example, the Shigeru Miyamoto quote. Miyamoto-san is rightfully a legend of our medium. Giving context for that quote both gives him respect and keeps others from taking his out-of-context advice and using it to pursue a course of self-destruction. So context, context, context on all levels, as much as we legally and financially can afford to do so. We got another question closer to the front. How are we doing on time, by the way? Cool.
So a lot of us would love to make smaller games, but are worried that a smaller game will just get lost in the shuffle, lost in the sea in noise. So can you talk about overcoming that?
Absolutely. Making a smaller game and it getting lost in the sea of noise, I think is a really interesting, I think it's a really interesting to couch that, because we've also seen big games get lost in the sea of noise. How many of you learned that like a sequel to your favorite game came out and you didn't know that like was supposed to come at all? Quite a few hands raised. I think it's a fallacy, frankly, that like small games inherently are more prone to get lost. Now there are certain things that come with a larger game, right? Like a larger marketing budget that often result in larger visibility, that result in not getting lost. But I think when we couple these things inextricably, that's when problems occur. So for people who want to make smaller games and are concerned about them getting lost, the first thing I would do is say, how do you change your process so that your game doesn't get lost? Can you reach out to audience sooner? Are there alternative methods of talking about your game or of publicizing or selling it that allow it to break through that cycle? One thing that we've seen prominently pursued in this way in other industries is like Blumhouse becomes a brand. People will watch a Blumhouse movie. They make low-budget horror movies that usually, they make low-budget horror movies often distributed by larger partners, so they don't take on that cost and risk themselves, that most of them recoup their budget, and the ones that super explode, as they can and tend to do, then more than pay for the rest. They're now looking at getting into the games field. I would hope they would continue to carry their model, because what they're facing is an industry that says what they're doing successfully in another medium would not work in video games, because they would be, can it be a significant product if its budget is below $1 million? So yeah, if you're making a smaller thing and you would love to build that, the first thing I would advise, and I go through the process, and I do this with several studios, is, okay, how do we change the process to make sure that it doesn't? Because this is the type of game that deserves to exist. We just have to alter our structures to make it viable. And sometimes that means that you don't make the game because it wouldn't be viable, because it wouldn't get the attention. So you make a big game first so you can get attention for it. But I've seen that be a fallacy as well, because once you scale up, I know a lot of people who tell me, I'm going to make the big game first, or I'm going to get the big publishing deal, and then I'll go back and, you know, I'll be able to make small games again. That's never how it works. If only because you want to take care of people. You scale up to make the big project, which means you have larger overhead costs, which means you need to pursue a deal and pursue a deal of scale and size sooner, which often involves scaling up again, and you started with a 10-person company and you end up with a 300-person company. And you wonder how you got here. It is a constant battle to maintain inside of Strange Scaffold our own size, because there's people who want to throw money at us. And I don't want to say no to money, but I also can't say no to the video games that we're making successfully and consistently within our scope, because we stay where we are. So it's never going to be easy, but if we wanted to have like easier ways to make money, we wouldn't be making frickin' video games. Thank you. We have a question in the back. You have been killing it with like running back and forth with that microphone, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, you introduced yourself like a very eclectic person, and with 7 projects going on at the same time, how do you draw a line where to stop being involved with them, or like you just go free and you do whatever you like with each of them? Like, do you have a rule or where to stop your involvement? Or
so, if I understand your question correctly, it's how do I determine my level of involvement with each project?
Yeah.
Yeah. I say this semi-kiddingly, but like Strange Scaffold's greatest, like I want bodyguards. If y'all want Strange Scaffold games, you better protect me. You better keep me alive. If you see a car coming, you jump, create a human wall, because if I die, Strange Scaffold does too. And that's intentional. that means I'm both its greatest strength and its greatest weakness. And we confront that very intentionally. And my infrastructure team is constantly doing things, and we're having those conversations around how to keep me alive. So similarly, they're on the infrastructure team, they know. Similarly, for each project and level of involvement, sometimes it's a scale up and scale down thing. One project needs more attention, so we communicate honestly with the other team and say, hey, here's the conditions. What can we do to make sure this project keeps going even when my attention is turned elsewhere? It's a lot of really dynamic just problem solving within a fluid structure we built specifically to solve that problem. So the projects are made such that they could not be made without me, but they're also made such that in times where more of my attention is needed, they can survive because we've found multiple avenues of support to give them what they need when I don't have the bandwidth to personally, for example, write a bunch of barks or create a piece of key documentation just now because something else is needed elsewhere.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Looks like we cleared it. Thank you all so much. This isn't about a brighter future for games. It's that the best version of video games conceivably we will ever see can and does exist today. So let's just build it. Let's make that happen right now.
All right. Hello, everyone. How's everyone feeling today? All good? Yep? All right. Welcome to this fireside chat about multiplayer game services. My name is Maurice. I am the brand and communications manager for i3d.net. We are, whenever I talk to a game developer, oftentimes, and we talk about multiplayer game development, they often talk about it being a bit unexpected, or they don't really know what to expect. That's why the title of this talk is also Opening Pandora's Box. We're going to do that today with a panel of experts that we've gathered today. Now, before we get into that, is there anyone here working on a multiplayer game title? Oh, wow. Awesome. Really cool. Can I pick you? What kind of game are you working on? Just for curiosity. Cool. Awesome. And what is your name? Borna. All right. I'm going to ask you one more question later on today, but keep that in mind. It's going to be an easy one. Don't worry. So let me introduce the panel. I'll let them introduce themselves. Daryl, you want to go first?
Sure. My name is Daryl Lister. I'm the head of services and customer success for Rally Here. I'll go ahead and get the question out of the way real quick. I'm from Florida, not Texas. That's where the accent is from, okay?
There you go. All right, Stefan?
I'm Stefan Idler. I'm the CTO of i3d.net. As the accent is, I'm not from the US, I'm from the Netherlands. Yeah.
In case people think I'm not from the US either, but that's okay. Anyway, let's start the panel just briefly talking. Daryl, I'm going to start with you first. Could you explain what Rally Here is and what you guys do?
Sure. Rally Here is an end-to-end live services platform that we are providing as a SaaS service to multi-platform, multi-user games. It started from High-Res Games, so we split from High-Res Games just a few months ago, and we can talk about that more in a second. So.
What also I forgot to ask, but what kind of could you highlight some of the games that you've worked on? Just
sure. Most of the High-Res games is the ones I've worked on, which are Smite, Paladins, Rogue Company, Rimrow, and the latest one that they released, which was Divine Knockout.
Gotcha. So you work on backend tools and services. Could you kind of highlight those really briefly?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me back up a little bit and probably talk about High-Res and how we came to be with Rally Here a little bit. So High-Res Studios is about 20 years old. We've developed probably approximately about 10 games. 5 of them are still live, as I just mentioned. And so through those, say the last 12 years, what we determined was we needed a core platform to build games. So what it allowed us to do is to build games faster, get the games out to live and to market much faster than what we could do otherwise. So Rally Here started from High-Res. We took the platform that we built for High-Res and created as a separate company and product, and that's what we're doing going forward.
Awesome. So initially it was kind of built for High-Res games, and now it's a separate product.
Absolutely, and that's what it was. So.
Awesome. All right. So that was the short pitch over. Don't worry, we're not going to do that too long, but just to set the stage, Stefan, could you introduce i3d.net in your own words and highlight what we do and what kind of games we worked on?
Sure thing. So I've been with i3d.net since the beginning, almost 20 years ago. So yeah, what games have we worked on? I would rather say what games have we supported the online experience from? It all started back in the days with games like Unreal Tournament 99, the initial Counter-Strikes, which was before the time there were any live service games. It was more like a business to consumer market where we were providing online capacity for players playing together with the clans. That all evolved in the next 20 years, working with large titles like Rocket League or FIFA or the work that we do for Discord. So if I had to summarize what we do right now is we provide a full stack all the way from infrastructure layers at the bottom to software products which add value on the top. and all of the customers are somewhere within that stack in terms of flexibility.
Gotcha. And could you, of course, there are standardized products that that i3DNet does. Could you also highlight some of the more bespoke things that you worked on?
So what I'm personally working on a lot is our game orchestration platform, which is situated at the top of the software layer, which combines the bare metal services and the different cloud hyperscalers together. And you would say that the hybrid model in terms of game hosting. But there's also other services which I would say are bespoke, like the Entity software or the Entity platform.
All right. Let's get into the subject of the matter for the actual talk. So why would people jump into multiplayer game development? What are the most important reasons for doing so? I think starting with Daryl first.
Yeah, what we have seen, if you look at high-res and you look at what you've seen things on Steam and stuff, what you'll see is the bulk of the highest ranked games are out there are live play games. So what we believe is that gamers are spending more time playing fewer games. When they're not playing those games, they're spending that time watching others play those games and or learning more how to play that. So, as from the high-risk perspective, when we built those games ourselves, we came to one conclusion always when we were building these games, and that is we want to build games that build community. And that's what we believe that the multiplayer, the multi-platform does. Really the best way we find to define multiplayer is playing with friends. And the more I play with friends, the longer I play. The longer I play, the longer that game is going to be successful. And moving forward, that's the ultimate thing, is to have a successful game.
Gotcha. Stefan, do you want to add anything to that? This kind of covers a lot of the bases, doesn't it?
You said everything that matters, because when we started as a company, it was also the reason that people were playing together as friends. They wanted to have a place together to keep playing that game that the game makers then just put on the web for anyone to play and download. And Skipper had 20 years, and it's still all about that, all about the player experience.
Gotcha. So let's say I'm a new multiplayer game developer, or I'm a game developer. I want to start my first multiplayer project. Where should you start? What is the first thing you should start with, in your opinion?
So one of the main things that we want to do quickly is get a game to market test so that we can understand what is needed and wanted from the community, right? So from our perspective, we believe that one of the ways that we learn to do that, I mentioned it earlier, is to get that core platform out there. You can build it yourself. We built it ourselves at one point in time, and it took us years to get there. So and there's questions regarding that. Do you have the expertise to build it? And if you do, I'm sure you do. But do you want to take that time away from your game, building your game? So the second part of that is, okay, I don't want to build my own. I want to go to a third party. So what do I need out of a third party to actually, for a core platform? And so some of the main things that I believe that you need to ask are, what games are already on that live platform? What games have gone live with that system? How many CCUs have they run on that core platform? Is it built as a service model? Is it built as a SaaS platform? Because that's different than if it's just a product that you're taking off the shelf and you're going to have to support and build and do yourself. A few other items is, what kind of integration does it work with? Is it API based? Is it an IKEA box that I'm gonna have to put together? Is it Legos that I'm having to put together? Or is it already there for me as a SaaS platform, and they're going to help me put it together? The last few things I would say is that architecture scalable? can it scale up and down with me as the game scales up and down with me as well? So because otherwise it's just going to be too costly to run. And the last thing is probably, does it serve my needs? So.
All right. I think in terms of architecture, I think Stefan can also add his 2 cents here on this one.
So if we look at the multiplayer architecture that we encounter, because generally at least it used to be when most people thought about how to do the hosting of your game, it usually was one of the things that you thought about, okay, we're launching next week, let's figure out what we're going to do in terms of hosting. That used to be the industry standard for many, many years. And of course, we see that now changing. And there are so many things which impact your hosting costs and your cost per player later on, which you're taking on very early in your development lifecycle. So, so the things that I like to talk to clients about is like, especially when I meet them during early phases of game development, is ask them, okay, what are you going to do regarding server authority, client authority? How much load are you going to put on your server? What kind of requirements are you going to put in there? Because every little change can have big consequences later on for your game. Are you going to be just peer-to-peer? Have you realized anything more than 3 or 4 players is going to cause misery in today's world of interconnectivity, carrier-grade nets, IPv4, IPv6? The similar thing is, are you just going to do a net puncher for your online game server? What's your session time, expected session time of your game? Because the shorter the session time is, the more you can optimize those costs later, use spot instances, and so forth. So there's a lot of infrastructure-related questions that I always like to ask when I meet game companies. And the sooner you ask them, the better.
I think we kind of jumped ahead a little bit to the infrastructure, but I was going to go back to Will right here. Can I ask what kind of infrastructure provider you're using? Just to highlight it in the examples of what we're going to talk about. Gotcha. All right. So an on-prem server to just test things out with. All right. All right. Then I think I'm going to go to Stefan again. And we're going to continue talking a little bit about infrastructure, maybe a little bit repetitive, but just to make sure. What are the most important things you have to look for when you're choosing an infrastructure provider, regardless of who that is, whether it's a bare metal provider or it's a cloud provider or hybrid?
So I think a lot does come down to, well, one is of course the flexibility. Every provider in the market offers some kind of conveniences. Some offer some more than some other. But the trade-off is usually some kind of level of flexibility or lock-in or long-term contracts that you might have to sign in, or you cannot use other providers in the mix depending on who you use. Of course, looking from the game perspective is, of course, where do you expect the most players? Which regions of the world do you need to serve? That should be one of the first decisions that you need to make, because that already rules out, includes or excludes a large number of your possible options. The second part is what's your hosting model going to be? Maybe you have a lot of free credits with one of the hyperscalers, which is perfect for your development stages. It's relatively cost-free to build upon it. But the battle really starts when your game launches. I mean, most smaller developers that I talk to, they're all working towards that launch date and think, then we can take a holiday. But the unfortunate news is when the game launches, especially when it's gaining traction and gaining success, that's when the real work really starts.
When someone starts streaming it and it goes through the roof, yeah.
So that's when you really need to start thinking about the costs of your hosting business model. Full cloud, multi-cloud, hybrid. When you're talking about large numbers, any provider in the world will lose its flexibility, and you certainly start facing with commit spends, long-term contracts to get guarantees. Those are all kinds of aspects which you don't realize or think about until your game is successful, but you should think about them earlier.
Right. All right, we're going to switch it back a little bit to the live ops aspect of a game and how important that is for a multiplayer, multi-platform, of course, game. Could you, Daryl, could you mention a couple that you feel are really crucial to really keep in mind?
Yeah, from a live ops thing, a tool, there are several pieces, but some of the big ones are player management. So when you're dealing with multiplayer, multi-platform, player management becomes that much harder to handle because you've got to handle authentication now. You've got to handle things such as friends lists, and those things have to go across the platforms and make sure that you're synchronizing all those cross-platform items. Another item is inventory management. How do I keep track of everything related to inventory, experience points, player progressions, currencies that you have in your game, which creates a whole nother problem when you're cross-platform and you need to make sure you're following all the different platform rules. Sony has a different rule than when it comes to buying things and moving things across platform than Xbox does, which is different than Steam, etc. So you got to keep track of all those rules and make sure you're not breaking those rules. You mentioned the scalable instance fleet. It's very important that you have that fleet ready to go and it can be flexible and scale with you. You need another thing with being multiple providers from that instant management is how do I monitor that? How do I keep up with all the different providers I'm utilizing, whether it's i3D, whether it's AWS or Google Cloud? How do I make sure I'm monitoring that as a single place and making sure everything's working okay? And then really dynamic configuration. This is a big topic. How do I make sure that I'm able to make changes on the fly with zero or no, with next to zero downtime? I want to make changes to matchmaking. I want to make changes to limited time events, etc. Those are the types of things that I need to be able to dynamically change. And then I take it to the next level of scheduling. Does it have a scheduler? I need to be able to keep my employees happy. So I don't want them having to get up at 5 a.m. on Friday morning to put in a limited time event and then get up again at midnight on Sunday to turn it down, right? So you need those scheduling things to keep track of all those dynamic things as well. Another really important thing is data warehousing. How do I know how I'm doing? And first of all, you've got to get the data, and there's a lot of different data and a lot of different data points. Are you getting data from the core architecture? Are you getting data from the game instances? Are you getting it from the clients, et cetera? Where am I storing that data? And then who am I presenting that data to, and how am I presenting it? Am I presenting it to the game teams? Am I presenting it to the publishers? Am I presenting it to my CEO or my CFO? All of those are different data points and different types of data, and you've got to make sure you have the data, first of all, and second of all, be able to present it in a manner. So
this is another example how data can help make the player experience even better, among many other things. Daryl, I'm going to stick to you for a second. There's another thing that when we were talking about this before we did the actual chat, you also talked about backend services and how they can accelerate the engineering process. Can you explain why those are so crucial in that and how they can accelerate those?
Yeah, as I talked about earlier, I mentioned, if you want to build your own core platform, it's probably going to take years, not months, to build that. And as we can tell you, over the 12 years we built the Rally Here platform, we learned a lot of things. We made mistakes. We took those mistakes and made things better. So there's that, and you want those guys utilized for your game. So with that in mind, we can help you get that game out faster. Okay. We have a client that we brought on in February as an example, And they had already really started building their game, but the core platform they were using was not working for them. We were able to get them moved over to our platform and live in an alpha in 45 days. So we can move things very fast for you, and that core platform can do that for you. Another thing that we offer from this perspective is we offer basically an empty game called Rally Start for you to utilize. So it's basically a engine-based system with all of our features. Matchmaking's already in the start. Battle passes, friends list, all those items are already pre-built into the thing, so you can just take it and run with it as fast as you want to. So these types of tools inside of the platform are very important for you to get faster to market, and that's ultimately one of our key things. Is the faster we can get to market, the faster we can market test, the faster we can iterate on what feedback we're getting from our players, the better our game's gonna be, the faster it's gonna be as well.
So the faster you can ramp up during that ROI, but also the data, so improving the player experience as well.
Exactly.
All right. Daryl mentioned the matchmaker, which is something that Stefan has quite a bit of experience with. Stefan, can you explain why matchmaker is so crucial in multiplayer game development?
So the matchmaker is definitely, I guess, one of the most critical components of your whole online platform. Of course, it does the obvious task, right, of having players in your queue to join a game, and then the matchmaker's job is to direct those players to the game server, game session that they're going to join. In practice, it's a little bit more complicated than that nowadays. Your players are spread all across the world. They have different peak times due to time zones, so now your matchmaker needs to be region aware. It needs to be able to match players in a specific region together and then request a game server in a similar region. So your matchmaker needs to be able to talk to different platforms out there. It could be an Amazon platform, it could be our platform, it could be another platform. It needs to be able to talk and interface with these platforms to request game server resources. But back to regions. So on release, you might have a large peak of players. You might have enough players to sustain 20 different regions in the world. But once the game server life cycle starts and you start losing players, because it's going to be a while before your next content pack or your next expansion, you run a risk that you might have too few players left to play in a region. So your matchmaker also needs to be flexible in terms of region management. How easy can you split and take apart regions or merge them again later when needed, to always ensure that you can request the right amount of capacity to minimize the wait time of your players. Because that's in essence what it's about. That the player needs to be able to join the match as quickly as possible without waiting half an hour to find people of the right location. But then location is not the only variable. Player skills is another important core component. So it becomes a very big puzzle game of matching both players with the right skill set, but also to the right regions, and having as much flexibility as possible to still offer an acceptable waiting time to the player itself. So it's the thing that's often overlooked, but especially the larger your game gets and the more competitive your game gets, the more important it becomes for the system. And also in terms of interfacing with all the possible hosting models that you have for that. So it all begins with the matchmaker.
So the matchmaker basically, and again, I think this is common knowledge, but it's finding that balance between matching players based on skill level, but both also on their region, their location, to enable that latency to be as optimal as possible for all players.
Yes, because there's two sides of the coin to the waiting time of a player has. One is how you define your own matchmaker and did the region matching and or skill matching. The second part is of depending on the platform that you work with, how quickly will they give you the requested capacity in that specific region that you just requested. Yeah.
Right. And another important aspect of this is server orchestration, right? Being able to get those resources. Can you talk about server orchestration and how that plays into that?
So I briefly touched it, of course, in the matchmaking story, because the matchmaker has to request the resources from one of the platforms out there. So in that case, what you see nowadays in this example is that most of the live games, competitive live games nowadays, have a set start and a set end in the game session. So at the start, everyone plays, starts at the same time, and then at one point, the match is done. Either you're the only person left alive, like in a battle royale, or your team won, or you scored the most goals with your cars in a soccer game. And then it's a logical point for the game server to terminate again, and that's also a logical point from resource-wise that you can terminate a VM or server session to save on cost again. So that's one aspect of it, but we see a lot, that's most games. You also still have some games which are running with very long session times, where players can join and leave during that session, which can be hours, days, maybe even weeks. And for that, to handle those kind of games, you need a slightly different approach. Whereas in the first example, the platform needs to manage a simple game server instance capacity. If they're filled, you start providing new resources, either on your bare metal layer or one of the hyperscalers, and boot us up. But when you're having to deal with players joining and leaving individually on game sessions, you need to actually manage player slots and direct the players to the correct open slots in the existing game sessions before you start up a new one. So there's two different modes. The most common one is with the normal allocation flow with a start and an end. But then there's a lot of variables. Like the shorter your game session is, the more options you have in terms of hosting, the more options you have in terms of optimizing. If it's a very, very long game session, that means that it's going to take also a lot longer before you can discontinue game servers when the player curve is going down at the end of the evening. If it's sorry. Lost my thought.
That's all right. Maybe it's also good to highlight that you can have multiple interacting with each other.
That's the one. So that's of course the type of game and how you can optimize it. But nothing stops you if you have a competent matchmaker to make use of multiple orchestration platforms. Because in the end, it's the matchmaker sending a request to the orchestration platform saying, I have players in my queue, give me a game server. Nothing stops you from sending the first request to orchestration platform A and the second request to orchestration platform B. Because in the last year already, we've seen many examples of hyperscalers, but also platforms suffering from unexpected events. And if you want to go full disaster recovery and redundancy mode, that's definitely one of the ways to do it. But it ties back in again to the matchmaking components.
Makes sense. I think we named off quite a large list. If you guys want to have a whole overview, I mean, we can come talk to us at our booth, and we'll be happy to answer all your questions. We'll also have the Q&A, so don't worry. Stefan, let's take a sip for a second. Can you also highlight some of the pitfalls that you can fall into with multiplayer game development?
Yes, to me there are three main pitfalls. The first one is definitely the expectation that the market has given that there's always endless flexibility with many of the hyperscalers. Because the reality has seen when your game is successful and you're starting to talk not about just 10 or 20 or 30 servers, but you're talking about hundreds or thousands or even more instances, that flexibility is gone. So in my experience, that's no difference if you have a large game between 10 years ago when you're also still dealing with infrastructure providers, talking about commitment spends and everything. So the biggest pitfall in my eyes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. At the very least, work with multiple hyperscalers so you can always de-risk your game and de-risk the fact that one party might try to squeeze you based on the fact that you have everything in one basket. That's definitely my number one point. The second part is what I mentioned in the very earlier of the conversation is that in regards to game design, there was not much thought put into what should I do on my server, what should I do on my client in terms of verification. So we've seen examples in the past where the server was, well, enormous, 20, 30, 40 gig plus builds, requiring the most expensive possible CPUs to run. So in the end, the cost per player when they were launching was extreme. And then they had to spend months and months of resources to try and get that back out. But if that was something that they could have done earlier, the end result in terms of profit would have been a lot higher.
And in some case, you have to rebuild some of the aspects of the game because you're locked into it as well. Daryl, do you have any other pitfalls you wanted to mention that Stefan hasn't mentioned yet?
No, I would just second a lot of the pitfalls he talked about is, it's making sure you're preparing for those different providers, making sure you're preparing for how your games will move and flow through the life cycle of the game so that you can maximize your profits and minimize your costs. So, making sure that you're mixing up those provider contracts even. One of the things that we do is make sure that we've got a 6-month plan, a 1-month plan, and then what do we do with if we truly are getting spikes, how do we handle those, that cloud burst at an hourly rate as well? So kind of make sure you're planning for all those things.
Gotcha. Now, do you want to touch upon that, Stefan, really quick?
Yeah, I have one more thing to add, which might be a bit controversial. It's right now, it's also a battle between developer convenience and cost. I see that especially in the early stages of the development lifecycle, where everyone is married to the fact that, the hyperscalers offer a lot of convenience. They do. I mean, for developers, you can get a game out of the door relatively easy. You don't have to think about a lot of stuff because a lot of it abstracted by the hyperscalers. So obviously, when we start to talk about costs, there is some conflict. There's some conflict because no normal independent company can truly keep up with the level of products that a hyperscaler can offer in terms of how many manpower, resources they have. You can specialize and be better at some of them for sure. That's what I believe. But when you're when you're talking about developer convenience, the biggest pitfall is they're not realizing that convenience and what you're actually paying for it, and then looking at what my game is going to do when I'm to 500k CCU or 1 million CCU and load testing it and not calculating that based on the solution that you're currently using. That's in my eyes something we've seen that so often. And then when the game is launched, you have no time. You have no time to switch.
I think one important aspect of this as well is what you see, and it's a choice in my opinion, is are you going to choose for the inconvenience of building in, or are you going to choose for the convenience of maybe having a bit more personalized service with a smaller provider?
Exactly.
That's also another key thing. All right, one last question before we go to the Q&A. We talked before, and we talked a little bit about how multiplayer game development has actually become more accessible nowadays. Now, you talked about convenience. There you go. Why? Let's say it's convenience, but is there something else besides the convenience of just building into these providers?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of ways that's made easier today than it was just a few years ago. One is the money that is available for us to build the multi-platform and multiplayer games. Like I talked about with the Steam charts, if you go look at those Steam charts, those are your top games, which means that's where the funding comes from.
They're all live games.
Yeah, all the funding's out there now. So, and that's been out there for the last few years. Now with these tools like ourselves that we're coming up with, it helps take some of those risks that you otherwise had to take on yourself. You can lower the risk of developing these games. And that's done by not having to spend a lot of money up front. It's also done by, like I spoke about, getting to that market test quickly and learning what you need to change.
And data.
Yes, and data as well. That data is crucial to
Gotcha.
making the right decisions.
Anything else you want to add, Stefan, besides the convenience, which you mentioned before?
Well, it ties in that, yes, the barrier to entry to make a game has lowered drastically. I'm sure many of you also seen the YouTube video where they use ChatGPT to program Flappy Bird from start to finish. So the barrier to entry is low, but the barrier to success remains high. So yes, it's easier. Yes, when also look at my Steam games list, I want to see there's so many different games being developed. But it also makes it difficult to stand out on the rest of the crowd. Let's say you have 500 different small indie games. No one is going to check and play all 500 to see which one is best. Whereas maybe 10 years ago, in the beginning of the program, the selection was a lot smaller. And I guess the chance to be found was also higher. Yeah.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. We're gonna. I hope everyone, got some out of this. I think we highlighted a couple of key ingredients in order to make a multiplayer game launch successful, multi-platform, of course. I won't forget it. Are there any questions? I'll walk up to you with my microphone if there are any. Yep. Hold on. Give me a second.
Thanks for the great talk. I have maybe not a question from the industry, but from the education perspective. So I'm trying to teach students to program multiplayer games. Of course, for them it's a lot of work. They have to know the networking basics and so on and so on. But I wanted to ask regarding this infrastructure stuff, what would be the prime topics or prime things that I have to tell them, which are maybe not that generic in terms like, for example, general cloud computing, orchestration, and so on? Would it be matchmaking, something like that, or just something like that?
Well, I do think matchmaking is a core concept, but if I would think of your question, what would be the non-generic part, which would be unique to gaming when you're using general cloud computing? I think what we now often see when we're talking about protecting a game against sophisticated attacks, that will happen if your game starts being has monetization. It will happen when there's large Twitch streamers playing your game. You're going to get a lot of attacks, not just on the game service itself, but also in your game architecture. And what I often lack, and where we then have to be our knowledge partner, is you need to go deep diving in the network topology, in the network packets, in the network streams of your game to really come together to offer a proper solution to that. And like when you look at I don't want to talk about the hyperscalers too much, but in general, what you configure there and what you configure also in most Linux systems, like it's a simple IP-based, access-based rule list, which has its limits. It has its limits when you're getting terabits per second of attacks. It has its limits when the attacker starts to focus on the ports that has to be open for your game. Like most games have a join port where the inbound player will come, do a join handshake and join the match. That's often abused by the rest of the world to try and get your game process to crash. So one side is the networking packets, but the other side is also secure programming in terms of your game server architecture itself. Ensure that they are designed with security in mind, that anything that's open to the public should never be trusted. There's, I have time, I mean, there was a great example where we had a few years ago, it started in Brazil, that's where a lot of stuff used to start, where there were attacks happening and it exploited a buffer overflow in one of the game server processes. The team who was working on that game already progressed to a new game many years ago. There was no resources to fix it quickly. And then you need to start thinking outside of the box. Looking down to the network traffic or figuring out what is a real player's traffic behavior what is not a real place traffic behavior, and then write all kind of filters and mechanics to address that. So at the very least, what I would try to achieve on such a course session is to raise the awareness of this topic, that when students are watching your lectures, they realize some of that infrastructure components, which is so often nowadays obscured is not the right word, but it's abstracted from the normal way of working, because as a developer, a lot of things are abstracted for you, which used to be difficult, and then you think, okay, it's all handled and it's all working. But sometimes you get into these situations that you really need to deep dive in the infrastructure side, how things really work on a packet level. So that's definitely one of the things I would highlight. Sorry for the long answer.
Thanks. It was great.
Are there any other questions? Yes. Got to walk a little bit over. Give me a second.
Hey, thanks, guys. For someone that is not very technical, I think that was rather insightful. I could follow most of what you were saying. But you were talking about various levels of dashboards to focus on on the infrastructure, but also on the game servers, or maybe on transaction servers and those kind of things. Do you have like any experience in, for example, customer-focused dashboards from IT perspective? I heard you mentioning CCU levels or graphs like in Grafana or something like that. Maybe what are the most frequent used dashboards or graphs that you've generated for customer-focused teams?
Yeah, so some of the main things are like you mentioned, CCUs, how your game instances are performing. Are you having game instances fail? Are there's a lot of different things there. Then, as I talked about, it's really based upon, is the data, grabbing that data for a game team or a publisher, is a specific item causing problems, such as, I've developed a new weapon. Is that weapon all of a sudden causing all of my games to, whoever picked up that weapon, they're always winning? So those are the types of insights that the data can provide, and even from the different perspectives, like I talked about. The CFO is going to want to look at the game much different than the game team is, right? So, so that kind of data is much different. But the game team is going to look at very specific insights that they can get from that data as well.
So what's interesting, because I come from a very customer-focused and customer-centric department, we're a very live operation. So I look at the graphs all day long. Any drop, any CCU drop that we have on any partner website, or any ISP is having issues in anywhere that's going to impact your game, and you're going to get those complaints. And of course, the customer side team would have to deal with those. If you're in a live operation, the game, I don't know, some ISP has issues, see a user drop, they disconnect, they lose their stake in the game. It's going to cost them something. Have you ever had experience from like your customer support team, for example, coming up to you guys ranting about like drops in the games, costing us money, the revenue's dipping, maintenance is costly, half an hour downtime, that takes seven hours to catch up on the current revenue stream. It's like, how do you deal with that?
Well, what's funny is, as you're asking that question, in my line of sight is our CEO, Stu Chisholm, right here.
Nice.
And he's sitting there doing this to everything you're saying.
I understand that. I mean, I do the same thing, but.
So I could tell you that Stu looks at that data all the time and can probably answer that question 10 times better than I could. So what I would say is probably come up to Stu afterwards, and he can give you every example you'd ever want.
Great. But can you raise your hand, Stu? All right. We'll catch up later. Thank you.
I do want to add, though, that it's very important that in terms of when you see a CCU drop, that you get that information, what happened and why it happened, as quickly as you can to your player base. Because they'll be out there with pitchforks at Twitter, and maybe not so long Twitter anymore, but at all the social media platforms, trying to raise hell why something happened. And I believe but that's maybe a bit of a sales pitch, but I believe that you need to work with a partner which has that full insight into the whole stack, into the whole network, who can tell you right away, within a few minutes at most, what happened and why it happened. So you don't have to spend 3 weeks in some kind of ticket system to get a reply.
And what we find is that we also combine some of these data points with our orchestration as well. And we create things that automatically happen as well. So we see a problem with a specific game instance where players are dropping off of that one game instance. So we will automatically build in some tools that will, okay, this game instance having problems, we're going to stop sending matches to this game instance until we have time to figure out what's going on. So it's all about not just seeing it, but trying to automate the tools around it to help respond to it as well.
Yeah, and creating some resiliency in your system.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions? It's quiet. All right, maybe you don't have them now, but we'll be here on stage for a little bit longer because right after is a coffee break. Feel free to come up to us, ask us questions, and maybe talk about your specific situation. But
yeah, we'll also be here for the next 2 days here. Right
exactly.
outside, so
exactly.
We'd
right,
love to talk to anybody that wants to talk to us.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
center cannot hold. Where anarchy is loosed upon the world, blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image, out of spiritus mundi, troubles my sight somewhere in the sands of the desert. A shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it, real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again, but I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep will vex tonight man by a rocking cradle. And what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born.
Seriously. PewDiePie. PewDiePie. Additional. Seriously.
I am at least 20% better.
Seriously. PewDiePie. What? It's not. It's he doing.
How can you eat me 20%?
Yes, we like shouty men in this industry, don't we? Yeah, so here we are. This is the introduction to my talk. It's good to forewarn people. I'm this guy. You can follow me on Twitter. That's where I usually rabbit on about my nonsense, and Damir and co have made the grave mistake of inviting me to speak on this stage. I make games, amongst other things, one thing called The Last Worker. I'll do this really quickly because I want to talk about my work, because this is not a marketing panel, but you should buy my game immediately. It's incredibly good, as you can see. It came out on the 30th of March. There was a bad review in The Escapist, however. They thought it was more art than game, and I'd like to formally apologize to the entire game industry for attempting that. So, I'm sorry. Then we made a little spin-off called Skew, a spin-off of a game because it's on the Playdate, that little system with a crank. And we actually announced it when Frédéric Renal, the creator of Alone in the Dark, was here with me at the last wonderful reboot. And we had some random...
This is super good. This is such good news.
Well, here it was, being played for the first time by the person outside of me and Fred. That was Rami there. He liked it. The audio was terrible, but he said it was awesome. So you didn't hear that. It's fine. And then that did very well. I'm a multi-millionaire now because there's 20,000 playdates out there. So that's cool. So I won't buy drinks for everyone because I'm actually not that a millionaire. And then there's a game called Sea Smash VRS. We released a demo 3 weeks ago on PlayStation VR 2. It's doing very well for us because people love it, and I invite you all to play it. And it's a beautiful thing. We were the cover of Edge, and I'm publishing it myself, because I'm an idiot, so I released these two things at the same time. And, but yes, play it, whatever, just buy it. And first, some housekeeping. Damir is going to come around with this bucket here and just collect whatever objects you feel like throwing at me later on. So just be good, because this is a safe space, for me, at least. So thank you. Thanks, Damir. If you like, yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Anything? Perfect. Yeah, just put your content in there. That's right, thank you. Well done, see? Yeah, there will be a random prize draw for the best object later. So first, because in this industry we like explaining and possibly mansplaining things to everyone, I'm going to do a little tutorial. Yes, good, good. Try this one. So basically you just want to do this motion. Good, well done, yeah. A bit higher, a little bit more confidence. Well done. That looks a bit Nazi. Remove that. Good. All right. Good. Well done. Cool. And this one is the advanced stage. Just good. Good, good, good. See, this is a video game conference. I knew this would work out. You need these things in games these days, don't we? So yes. First thing, raise your hand, please, if you consider yourself a tech person. Okay. Good. Interesting, interesting, okay. You weren't sure? I saw you hesitating. But good, interesting, and please do the same if you consider you have a game developer. If you've raised your hand the first time around, you don't get to do it again. Okay, interesting. Okay, half-half, I would say. And then as for the rest, I'd like to give thanks to our sponsors. They're the reason why we're all here today. It's a special moment. There's possibly the rest of the audience. I see a couple, yeah. Thank you. So please clap your hands. Please raise your hands. Raise your hands for our sponsors. They've worked really, really hard for us all to be here. Keep clapping, please. Show some respect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well done. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you all so much. Why are you laughing? Show some respect, guys. Come on. Oh, fuck. Okay, sorry. I used the Activision fucking template for this. I'm so sorry. This is perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, yeah, anyway, I was at Reboot last year, and thank you, W, did a fantastic job. Yeah. I was here last year in October. It was amazing. I genuinely think this is the greatest game conference and the most important one in the world. So genuinely, like a real clap now. You don't need the tutorial for that one, for these people. We've all survived day one, and it's been a good one, so I can't wait for the next 2 days after I'm done with this bullshit. But last October, I was here, and I actually recorded the sound that we make inside the speaker's bus. So here it is. Just listen to that. The audio might kill you, but... This is what we sound like in this industry. I have a word for it. It's called white noise, because 70% of us are white males. And isn't that great? Everybody, we've arrived, guys. It's fantastic. Isn't it fantastic? It's so good. Yeah, and we've arrived, and look at us. I mean, we're everywhere. Like, video games are everywhere. You know, you can have them on your phone. You can have them on your pregnancy test, apparently. You can have them on everything. And it's great because, like, the whole world is literally run like a video game now. Democracies are run like a game. Everything is gamified. It's very, very exciting. And so we've won. We are here. It's fantastic. And we are here thanks to, half of this room, we're here thanks to technology, aren't we? Because we're a technology industry. We're a tech industry. I know this because when I go to every game conference, at least 80% of the talks are about tech. It's great. Thank you, tech guys. It's so cool. You've given us everything that we need. And we just add this sort of cherry on top, which is quite cool. We try. But yeah, so yeah, we're quite, I like the fact that I found this on a website called Fatherly. I think there's some sort of deeper metaphor to that. But yeah, so we've made it, tech is great, and we are now building the future. Thanks to the great tech overlords, and I am extremely grateful to them for all the inspiration. And now that we're so powerful, us 70% white males, we have great responsibility. Like this great white superhero here, you know, with great power comes great responsibility, everybody. Yes. And so now we've arrived, I thought we should talk about where we should go. And so try me out on this one, test me, see where we take us. But first, we have to talk about where we came from. So we have a great white male here who, in a very, very advanced technological experiment, created the woman out of his spine, which is, you know, it's incredible. Like, tech really has, from the beginning of time, served us beautifully. And then they had kids. And they were sort of jealous and not getting along and stuff. And Cain stoned Abel, whatever, to death, and then he celebrated. I believe that those two boys actually invented video games. It's a cool dance, actually. I should learn that one and put it on TikTok. So now that I've established this, that the great men have invented everything, well, I'm going to walk you a little bit through the ages. We started in prehistory. You know, Patrice knows more about this than I do. It's prehistory because history didn't actually begin until after these apes were gone, right? Poor things. They had nothing to contribute to anything. And then we had ancient history where we invented metal. We had rock at first, then we had metal, so we went through all the different musical genres, and that was cool. And then we had the late Middle Ages, the printing press, boring, but all right. So we did that. Actually, it was quite interesting because it started with the Bible, and that controlled everyone, and then eventually we then got to write our own books, and then J.K. Rowling came along, sadly. Right, and then we have modern history, which is interesting, because this is where all the great white tech men have done all the great stuff. So for instance, we built factories, then we put children in them, which was really cool. Then we eventually replaced them with robots. We also came up with really great ways of blowing people up, which is quite cool. And then these great minds, like for instance this fella here, Werner von Braun, he started Nazi and then he went NASA, which is, you know, it's lovely. It's a fine line between those two, apparently. And there's this great Tom Lehrer quote here, you can read it yourself, which I think is quite telling of how we think in the video game industry as well. You know, once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department. It is definitely apolitical, because we are not political. We make content, remember that, and product, so that's good. And then we have new great white men who have followed in his footsteps. What a genius he is. Great. Cool. But the ultimate achievement, of course, was when we invented the internet. And this is the ultimate content ever posted on here. Right? I mean, millions upon millions of people have watched this. It's possibly the most watched thing on YouTube. It's incredible. And I think ever since we've been trying to play catch-up, everyone wants to get as much attention as this soon-to-be-extinct tiny baby animal. So, we've now entered the age of information, thanks to the great internet, which is cool. We did that. We've done that. And we had the news, and then we entered the age of fake news. It turns out that all of this was fake, which was good. And so now we're in the age of attention. Yeah? So we all just want to be noticed, which is great. And I like to call it the age of content, actually. That's where we are. The age of content. And actually, last year I went to Gamescom. And there were 265,000 people there in 3 days. And this massive place, the size of an airport. And there was just so much white noise in there. It was beautiful. I felt immediately at home. And there was a booth by a tech company, and this was literally their tagline on there. We bring your content to life. Aw, thanks, guys. That's beautiful. Because what we create are dead things. So, wow, it's magic what they do. And it was quite intense because when I was inside that Gamescom City Hall, sorry, what do you call it, airport fucking thing, they had, I felt like I was in the world's biggest supermarket, and the only thing they sell there is ice cream. Except I've noticed that we have to be the delivery man on that ice cream and also pick up the children on the way, which is a bit creepy, since we're zombies. So, I thought about content a lot, because that word is going around a lot. I mean, today at various talks, I've heard multiple people, especially tech companies and platforms, using this beautiful, sort of all-encompassing term of content. So it doesn't matter what we do, whether it's a game, or music, a movie, a picture of our kids, it's content. Everything is content. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful universal approach, isn't it? So we're all the same. It's all just content. There's also a bucket of shit as content in it, which at that point it gets a little bit sad, I find. I find that content, the whole term, is a bit of a con. I find that the idea that we should all be reduced to attention-seeking data packs and spend our entire lifetime acting like toddlers in that ice cream supermarket, a bit unnecessary. But it is necessary because the system is put together in such a way that we have to behave in such a way. That's how the algorithms work. They want us to create attention-seeking data packs. Because content is king. I love that expression. And here are some of the kings of content. Great, great men. Beautiful. I also believe that since the content is king, we should take off his head. The world is gamified, as we've covered earlier. You know, we have people literally being treated like NPCs all over the place. Here's one example. And therefore, we have created this wonderful medium of video games where we all get to escape. You know, like Arnie here. Run! Yes. And, well, he escaped in Total Recall. He wanted to go to Mars, didn't he? I want to go to Mars. And then suddenly he was all like trapped inside of it and stuff. Well, that's literally what we do with video games, because we escape to places that hate us, don't we? Most of the time. Like here. I mean, I love this game, don't get me wrong. But we escape to places that want to kill us unless we kill everything in them, for the most part. Those are the most popular ones, which is quite interesting. So if we are talking about the idea of escape, then we're refugees, aren't we? So why are we made to escape into places that hate us even more than the reality that we're already in? I think about it a lot. I don't know. And so content is this sort of strange drug that we're all addicted to now, where we're constantly having to feed our attention spans with more attention-seeking data, and we're constantly unsatisfied because there's so fucking much of it. We'll never get through any of it, and none of it has any worth and value whatsoever, but it's a lovely drug, and therefore, the best drug out there is brands, because it's familiar. It's that familiar little hit, that dopamine hit, that wonderful little digital meth hit that we can get. It's brands, and they're familiar, aren't they? We feel at home in them because they're risk-averse. It's good, you know. Originality is risky. Metaverse. Risk-averse and metaverse went well together, so put it in there. And we all like to talk about the metaverse. I know it's dying, but it's still kind of hip, so I'm doing it. And so, but I think, do you remember this one? This one is big as well. Like, I mean, how many of you have seen that, actually? Use the first technique I've taught you. Yeah, well done. And yes, it's a good video. It's just been delightful. But also, this baby is delighted because something surprising was happening. Like something unfamiliar. That's what makes us laugh. That's what makes us scared. That's what makes us delighted, is actually genuinely the element of surprise. And when you're living in the world of brands, everything is familiar. And on the top level, we're removing that sense of surprise. We're removing delight. We don't know it, but that's exactly what drugs do. You think you're getting nutritional value from them. You think you're becoming happy, but in fact, you're getting something relatively empty, and that might eventually also kill you. But as the great William Shakespeare once wrote, familiarity breeds contempt, right? Or this. Well, we're addicted to it, and that's unfortunately the case. Look at all these wonderful thumbnails. I mean, literally, you take a step back and they all look the same. It's like, it's crazy, isn't it? A little bit? Have you thought about it? Like, scroll through all these infinitely scrolling thumbnail menus and went like, shit, what am I gonna pick now? Fuck it, just this thing, whatever. And so we're addicted to boredom, because ultimately we're always searching for the next thing. And we can't commit to anything. And we have services that just throw the games at us for free, $9 a month or whatever. And it's like, oh, didn't like it. Get the next one. So, why am I so serious, sort of, at a game conference? This is a game conference. It's video games. Don't take it so seriously, you moron. It's fun. It's fun. Well, it's because I understand the games are not political. I understand that because, you know, Ubisoft told me so, and they're one of the biggest companies in the industry. So, okay. But back in the 17th century, another great French person, because corporations are persons, Descartes said, I think, therefore I am, or in Latin, very good, yeah. He's the most educated person in the room, and he makes mobile games. Think about that. But I think that's where we are now. That's what a great French philosopher called Guillemot might have said. Yeah. This is not streaming, is it? Right. But this all comes down to IP, isn't it? IP, we love IP. We use that term all the time, IP. This is literally what I see every time I hear it. It's weird, but this is it. And that's property, isn't it? It's important. Property, own this. Own your IP. Yeah. And, but it's because it's a property. I mean, it's a shit property, but that's what I hear when I hear the word property, yes. But an intellectual thing, that's a bit of a bummer, isn't it? Maybe boring thinking guy, gray. Yeah, and that is because the intellectual thing is just doesn't come into the fun. It shouldn't just spoil the fun, should it? That's why we now make sure, even in games where literally the only thing you have to do is kill everything, when you face off against the boss, and thank you for this tip, Lawrence, they give you this little screen here, which explains to you where all the weak points are and stuff, and how to defeat the boss. In case so, don't worry, we've got this. Don't think, even when you just fucking decimate everything. It's good, because what we make here is cars. Actually, we make mechanical things. It's great, and they have to get bigger, better, and faster every time. That is what we're essentially selling here. We talk about mechanics all the time and fucking gameplay loops, roundabouts, right? That's what we like. And then I want you imagine something, because I make films and theater and I've done a bunch of random crap and books. I've written books. But so imagine this character, right? You sort of land on this island, yeah, and you get this little house on loan. You know, you sort of owe some money for it. And then you've got this, like, you know, nice, likable chap who tells you, like, listen, you owe me some money. So all you have to do is you basically have to dig around and make sure you dig up everything that you find on this island, right? Dig around everywhere. The land is your oyster, right? Everything is owned by you. Don't worry. Great white man, probably. And just get everything, and once you have that, bring it back. And then you get a bigger house. It's really exciting. And it has a whole community around it, too, because you get to brag to people about how big your house is getting and what new couch you have in there, and look at the new carpet. Do you have this carpet? You don't have the carpet? I have the carpet. It's really cool you have that. And then you get to buy a boat, because, you know, the island, you've taken everything off the island now, and it has to grow back, you know, if you've watered the stuff. And then eventually you have to go to another island, and there you get to take everything as well. You politely say hi to people occasionally, but then you take the shit anyway. Hey, I'm going to take your stuff. And then you're going to go back, and you're going to have an even bigger house. Well, if I read about this character in a book, or I saw them in a movie, I'd think they're a fucking sociopath. But in Animal Crossing, it's cute and lovely, and we love it. And I'm not sure where my thoughts lie there, but interestingly, I was speaking to one of the sort of leading German podcasts about this, and he says, like, and the guy from the podcast said to me, I have never thought about the mechanics and the meaning of the mechanics in a game before. I was like, fuck. Because if indeed we're all about gameplay, then isn't the gameplay the thing that should express our intent the most? Are the stories maybe just a smokescreen for something that's inherently telling an entirely different story? Well, here's the idea of escape again. We all needed to escape into this imperialist, colonialist simulation. Narcissistic as well, because we all had to show off how cool our house is. Nice. Well, and then there's these games. You know, this has been doing the rounds the last few days. This person has made this game in which you get a cop with a sort of head-mounted camera, and everyone is up in arms, like, oh, God, isn't it so realistic? Are you trying to tell me that every single time you've been decimating whatever the fuck moves on screen, you didn't think about the fact that you were killing something anyway? Like, is this perhaps more honest? I mean, I hate this, right? But it's possibly as honest as a mass murderer telling you where they buried all the bodies. It's possibly not trying to put lipstick on a pig and pretend that it's not violent. And, you know, have your kids dance after they've killed everyone on their island, for instance. Different game, not Animal Crossing. Then we had the best game design category at BAFTAs. I'm a BAFTA member, which was really, really interesting. We have amazing people from Vampire Survivors here in the room, so please give them a big clap because they won it, and I genuinely think they deserve it. And those were the nominees. And what's really, really interesting, if you just take a bit of a step back, in Tunic, you dash and run around and sort of avoid getting killed and kill things around you. In Horizon Forbidden West, you run around, you dash, you sort of kill things and make sure that they don't kill you. In God of War Ragnarok, yeah, you get the point. But, you know, I mean, genuinely, the only person that did it honestly and purely was Vampire Survivors. Because all the others either put a cute skin on it, or a sort of pseudo-film story, or like some TV writing on top. That's how we operate. But the game, ultimately, was doing the same thing. They did the game part better. Because they actually removed all the complications and ultimately, almost like a car, actually, and I don't mean this as criticism, like a car, they made the mechanics so perfect that you only could use one finger to control the whole game and have actually more fun with it than all the other fiddly ones. Because, yes, ultimately we make cars. And I think we should put meaning behind our mechanics. I think we should think about what our games are actually doing, and I think we should also think about what we are playing. Because right now I feel that we are, and we use this term a lot when we play games. I mean, I'm sure some of you have used this term before. I just want to kill some time right now, play some video games. Killing is an act of murder. And it's especially an act of murder in a time when we're running out of it. Not murder, we have plenty of that, but we're running out of time. We've got sea levels rising, right? We've got fascism rising everywhere, and we're killing time. Because, I don't know, I'm not content with that idea, are you? The state of the world, the playing games is fun. I do it all the time, that's why I'm here. Because there is no escape. We can't escape. The whole idea of escapism is a lie. We're here, we're stuck here. This guy can escape on his cock rocket. But we can't. It's interesting, William Shatner, he was invited onto this content cock rocket, and he was then asked by the press what he thought of it. And he said this thing. He said, "My trip to space was supposed to be a celebration, but instead, it felt like a funeral. I learned later that I was not alone in this feeling. It is called the overview effect, and is not uncommon among astronauts, especially when someone travels to space and views Earth from orbit. A sense of the planet's fragility takes hold in an ineffable, instinctive manner." Author Frank White first coined the term in 1987. There are no borders or boundaries on our planet except those that we create in our minds or through human behaviors. All the ideas and concepts that divide us when we are on the surface begin to fade from orbit and to the moon. The result is a shift in worldview and in identity. I thought that was fucking beautiful. Because technically, I wish we could all be taken and whisked away in this cock rocket. Actually be allowed to be those chosen ones, to look back at where we actually came from and realize that this is very, very precious. And that the one thing that we all have in common is that we're different. And then I'm coming to platforms. Love platforms. It's a cool little film. You can see Jeff Bezos here, at the top, on his platform. Oops. Oh well. All right. Oh, seems a bit surprised. This was this last remaining content provider who tried to climb on top, and unfortunately now Mr. Bezos has no other choice but to balance on the edge, trying to not fall off himself. Because I feel this is what's happening right now. The platforms are supposed to hold us up, but they're not, are they? We're holding them up with our content. We are expected to provide all the fodder in order to justify their existence, not the other way around. And then they take 30% or more, and we're supposedly happy with that. Because we're being treated like this, like sperm, not like children. Even for games that are funded by said platforms, we're forgotten. We're meant to fend for ourselves and actually then wait for the other great companies to bring our content to life. And I'm not sure that's okay. So I learned this term the other day, content pipeline, lovely chap here. We are actually feeding, this is literally how our stuff is being referred to by tech companies, by the platforms. We have to pump our content into content pipelines because we're polluting the world, did you know? With this thing that's going to be burned and forgotten. Fantastic. Listen, I love tech. I'm an absolute nerd. Like, I'm totally grateful for all the tech that we've created. But the problem is when tool people own the narratives, we end up in a world where everything looks like a nail. To a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And the tools right now own us. And it seems to be an upside-down reality. But then people tell me, you know, video games are unique in this because, you know, no other art form has been aligned with tech like this. And I'm like, how the fuck did you think this got made? This person had to find out how to make a fire. That had to be, right, invented first, that tech. By that point, 5,000 wannabe cave painters had already set themselves alight before even getting to this point. And then one of them went like, oh, I'd like to paint an idea on there. I'm going to slash my wrist. And like, oh, fuck. And then they went. And another 5,000 attempts later, we had tools and brushes and other things. I've researched this. This is all based on, yes, Ancestors video game. And yeah, and so tech is kind of essential, isn't it? I think we've always had that. We're stupid, unfurry animals that need to put clothes on in order to actually survive for a day. Like, we all moved all the stages in because we had a few drops of rain today. We need tech. We depend on it. Actually, tech is natural. We're tech animals. Because to go back to Spider-Man earlier, that's the spider web that we weave. It's tech, and it has been from the very beginning of time. That's what makes us, is tech. We own the tech. Tech should not own us. We're happy to work with tech, and I love tech people, but please, let's change the dynamics and see this as a collaboration rather than one of ownership. Because tech is natural. And code is not tech. Code is language. We call them programming languages. When I talk to the programmers on my teams, on the games that I work on, I talk to them in exactly the same way as I do talking to the actors on a film set. They're actors, they're performers, they're storytellers. Programmers, you, all of you, tech people, your language is natural. We're saying things with it. So please, let's stop killing time. And let's start filling it with meaning, intent, instead of content. Because intent is original, intent is powerful, and intent is fundamentally very, very marketable. It's good business, trust me. Communities are an important one. The word has been usurped by tech companies and platforms, where it is indeed about content and competition and outdoing each other and target demographics. Isn't that nice? To be a target of someone? It's lovely. And so I don't like that. I think communities should be about collaboration and communication and compassion. And we should build systems around that, those factors, because those are the definitions of a good community, where diversity is not put into groups according to hashtags, but according to the fundamental principle that the one thing we have in common is difference. And so, this is an important one for me. We have amazing minds in this industry that we're ignoring. We have the Shakespeares, and sorry this is a male example, but I had the quote earlier, and I don't mean it that way. But the reason we have people living among us that have invented this industry, that have invented video games, and they live among us today. People like Frédéric Renal, for instance, and even much younger and very handsome individuals, Patrice, for instance, who, you know, invented games that people are still trying to emulate now. These people have put an immense amount of thought into these games. We should not repeat their stories. We should tell new ones, but we should talk to them about what their original intent was, because that's the stuff, that's the spark of all the great ideas, not mechanics. So let's be intent creators and put meaning behind our mechanics. And also not treat each other like NPCs. Chantal Ryan, who's in the room here, making a great game called Dark Web Streamer at the moment, Dark Web Streamer, actually told me something very, very thought-provoking. In Chantal's game, they're not called NPCs, and they're randomly procedurally generated characters. She calls them NPPs, non-playable persons, which fundamentally then demands that the designers of those characters, that the programmers of those characters, treat them with the respect that we should afford to other fellow human beings. And when we do that, then we're starting to actually put meaning behind our mechanics. Because games are actually a physical experience. It feels digital because we use the language of code and digital tools in order to make them happen on screen or on device. But you know, the first time I sat down inside an Outrun cabinet in 1986, I was 8 years old. My feet could barely reach the pedals. I was traveling to another place. I wasn't escaping. I was traveling to a place that was so much fun, so inviting, so beautiful, so pure. I was essentially sitting inside a VR helmet. That's what arcades started as a physical social medium. You'd go there to hang out with people in person. We're not making it social through tech now. It started social, and it started physical. And we're going back there, which is great. That's what VR is starting to do. We're starting to make games physical again. But we're physical beings. And already at this conference, I've seen examples of human behavior where we do treat other people like NPCs. And I think we should respect other people indeed as persons and keep our fucking hands off unless they expressly ask for it. Because we want to build a world in which we are standing on top of platforms instead of being crushed by them. This guy taught us this really well over the years. Oh, and one more thing. I think we should, at the point of sale, at the point of loading a game, start to think about what we're playing. And while I have absolutely no objections with shooting people in the face, if you want to do that and that gets your rocks off, go ahead. I've certainly spent many, many, many months of my life doing so in games. But I think it'd be interesting if, for instance, for the games that are supported or working in collaboration by the military entertainment complex, where the money exchanged hands, where there was a licensing deal, where there was an advisor, why not put that on the pack? Because we're currently in a world where people are being fucking killed for no reason. And we're standing by, killing time, while other people are being killed for real. Make people think about it. Make people think about it, just for a second. So I'm suggesting this little sticker here. I think that'd be quite cool. And then you can make that decision, that informed decision, whether the thing that you're about to play is something that you consider entertainment, or whether you might indeed perhaps be helping something much more dark, much more disturbing, and perhaps look for some more original alternatives. So, you know, you don't want to listen to me ever again doing this for such a long time. But I'm about to launch a podcast on Wednesday with Chantal Ryan called Directional. And there's going to be incredible guests on there who are far more interesting than I am. Chantal will occasionally also tell me to shut up, rightfully so, like she did today during the design panel. I will refrain from telling her to, because I've fucking spoken enough with my white noise. And so please, follow it on Twitter, you know, and subscribe to that content when it goes live on Wednesday. And this leaves me nothing else to do but this. Thank you all. Yeah. Let's start a sale. The content sale. 30% off. I get 30% of everything. Yes, thank you very much. I'm done.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.